didn't know. So I didn't.
Yeah, let's. If you're a guest in the room, please raise your hand. All right, good. All right, thank you. I guess your guest, you got my limit today, not to bring guests today, right? All right. Sharon's got one. I know we want to conversate. I've already got her too. She's good. She don't even know me.
All right, good.
Oh my gosh.
Well, you know, I don't know if I'm offended or not, but I see a lot of faces I ain't seen in a long time. I see you, I see, you know, I keep saying the energy in the room changes when you're in the room. So you could have sat on Zoom, there's only 20, and usually we have 40, and you could have cried on Zoom, I know. So for everybody that's here every week, you'll see the energy, and the energy's in the room. And I did bring this table up here, let's just sit here. Yeah. There's a tissue. About you. Oh, dang, I'm gonna have to step away in a minute. I forgot.
Don't be up here by myself.
Standing room only. I mean, Dave's back for God's sake. This is art's in the room. I mean, you give me, I mean, what in the world? I don't know if I'm offended or. No, I know what it means to you, all of you. I know what she means to me. And I'm gonna get through today. Let's go. Hey, Lenny. 10 years ago, we're gonna tell stories about Mickey. I told everybody this is gonna be about Mickey. It's about relationships. Real estate's all about relationships, always will be and always has been. And 10 years ago, I hired this sweet little Mickey, and her story and mine are a little different how it happened, but it's okay. She was a brand new agent, and she came in and she's struggling like a lot of you. She lived overseas in Germany. Her husband was in the service, and so she traveled her career. So the traveling, and she came in.
I mean, I worked.
She worked. Yes,
I
she
didn't
was
travel.
So, you'll notice over 10 years, she learned how to go with me, right? Bang her back and forth. So, I knew she was a school teacher, and I love school teachers. I think their souls, their passion about things are just incredible. And Mickey came to me and goes, "Well, Mike, it's just tough for me, and I'm gonna go join a team." Am I right on the story? And I guess I can use any word I want today. I said, "Hell no, you're not. I don't even know you, but I know your heart. I need you to come join my staff." She says, "Okay, what does that look like?" I said, "Well, right now, I just need you here." She said, "Okay, I'll do that." And then she went here. She said, "Okay, I'll do that." And then she went here to one of the top positions in all. Keller Williams is the assistant team manager. I've never seen you as my assistant. Now, people are praying for me because they know what you're going to. I know that. But I will tell you, you're from the bottom of my heart. And I guess our conversation at the washing machine Thursday changed my life. And it made me realize there's other things in life. And I want to thank you. I'll start the meeting off by thanking you, bottom of my heart, of what you meant to this office and what you have done. Everybody needs a Mickey. I will confess, you saw my Facebook post, and it was awesome, wasn't it?
Yes.
I wrote it, LB rewrote.
About that. I'm gonna come sit with me. You guys not ourselves. Thank you.
Well, that's a great thing. Kim, why don't y'all, all of y'all come here? Come on. The leadership. I can't have all of y'all. Just Vanessa. There's 4 chairs. Carrie, you have a chair. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, I see Jess. Only got 4.
Come on. You're the next contestant on the Price is Right. I do want to thank y'all. I think a lot of you knew if you've been at team meetings, or some of you might be going, "What in the world are they doing?" What we're doing today is we're celebrating someone awesome. He sold her house. So tell us about that, Mickey.
Oh, my Lord. If it wasn't for Kim, I would not have been able to do what I did. And let me tell you, if you're new, if you're anything, if you haven't sold that many houses, you need somebody that's behind you to help you. Because I thought, I know the paperwork, I know everything, I know what needs to be done. No, I don't know anything. So you really truly need somebody who is there to help you and support you and tell you this is what you do, and this is how you do it, and this is how you read this and that. So without hesitation, get somebody to help you, get a coach, get Enrique, get somebody that's gonna help you get through those transactions, because they're all different and you just don't know the ins and outs. And that was crazy, and I could not have done it without him. And that's my story for that, but it's sold and it's done and we're closed and everything is out of the house. Yay!
Somebody else got a funny story, I mean, is it okay to tell stories that are inappropriate?
We'll get fired at this point.
It's totally random, you guys probably won't think it's funny, but I was walking in my neighborhood one day. And this car pulled up next to me with like blacked out tinted, and I'm like, am I about to get loved in my neighborhood? It's like stopped, and I'm like, looking in the window, turned to Nikki, who's never to visit LB, but I was like, thought I was about to get money. Yes, it was. It was.
Yeah, it looks like a little duck car. It did, yeah.
Nobody else, funny story, I'm trying to find something.
Well, listen, this isn't a funny story, but this is what I have to say. I'll start in a bit.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay.
So you may tell you, I can say whatever, is it
I
all?
don't care, I don't think I've done anything that I'm a, I don't know, let me hear you.
That's just funny, Mickey, I've seen Mickey in rare form, you know, my sweet Mickey, she comes out of the casino and I'm not gonna say if she smokes cigarettes, I don't think she does. I'm not saying she drinks alcohol, but she might have had some. She was so mad, and she loves Aiden, but she was so mad about something, I'm like, Mickey, this is not who you are, I don't know which one, well, I'm just so mad right now. I'm trying to slow the story down, but it's pretty
I
funny.
think that was me rubbing off on her.
Yes. It was so funny. You see,
Fired up.
yeah, I never seen sweet Mickey fired up.
Oh my gosh, that's so mad.
Well, what happened?
Why were you trying to tell me I shouldn't go the way I was supposed to
That
go?
was true.
Like, they told me, anyway.
Well, listen, these people being up here, there's support right here. Oh. Do it. I think I can do it either, so I can't talk, but I know a lot.
Told you, yes. What I want you to understand is you're seeing culture at its best. This is what, this is real estate 101. And it's culture. If you see my story today, it tells a story. And you can do it, and I know it's tough, and I'll say a lot of sucks, you know, but you know, you always want to see someone go on, and I've had the pleasure of having their parents on my boat. I'm gonna talk to them. This is fine. I'm good at that. I've had Mickey's parents on my boat. We did the eclipse together. There are a lot of things we've done together that I will cherish forever. But the biggest reward I've had is when she lost her husband and sitting in Arlington Cemetery with her. I think that's what makes this even harder is we've done things together as a family. And how special you are. I got to witness POWs. I've never seen anything like it. I've never been in Arlington Cemetery. Jeff was a dear friend of mine. Jeff and Mickey came to my son's graduation. Matter of fact, I got another story. God, this is going to continue forever. Mickey, who y'all don't know, my son is back there. Yeah, why don't you tell your story? I'm waiting you cry for a minute.
Well, Mickey is really the reason I passed high school, so.
Mickey would meet Michael at the library in Swanee and tutor him in math. See, I knew the school teacher she was, and I said, I'll pay you, Mickey, please help me. Because I was either going to kill him or my dinner. I did.
See the tab you gave me versus what she said.
So I will say there have been times that I forgot my dry cleaner when I'm headed to the airport, and I would do my dry cleaning here and not at my house up in Beaufort. So I would call Mickey to get it. Well, LB would send a text, because I would ask the group, and Mickey, of course, would always jump in, and LB goes, don't do it, Mickey, don't do it. Have my dry cleaner ready for me, and then she made sure I paid her, but I have paid all my debts. I came in the other day with cash and said, please tell me what I owe you.
Was it like 5 grand?
So, I think it's going on, forget all these stories that have been together, 5 years in leadership, as the ATL, I will say this to you. Black belt is the greatest award that a team leader, that is our achievement Super Bowl. Track again this year, to be a gross black belt, I've been 3-time gross, 1-time net. Over the last 5 years, there's not many people that have accomplished that. And that needs to be celebrated because you're one of the most awesome individuals, but you're also an awesome. We get a high, excuse me, if you met with other team leaders and then you came out with Mickey, it was a challenge. So it's like going on a listening appointment and you knew there was 5 other people you're about to go. We would like dig in and really want you. We'd like, have Michelle sitting in her office ready to welcome you to Chat North. And when we would get you, I would not say that we would high five each other and say we won, but it was very rewarding. But what that did was it spoke of how good Mickey was. And then she knew as an independent contractor, you were getting into a culture-based office with great people. And that's what it all started with Mickey. And that's why, well, when you, are you at the link? No, you're good. Oh, let's see.
I've got some stuff people sent me to read.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, there's a few people that couldn't be here today for prior obligations, so, Raven sent me to read this to you, Mickey. I looked up what the name Mickey means. With Hebrew origins, who resembles God? Well, I would say that Mickey I know, or Mick as I call her, could quite possibly Mick, or quite possibly Mick those qualities. She's a very thoughtful person and makes everyone feel comfortable at ease, very compassionate, a friend you can count on. Someone that genuinely cares about you. She can put on a happy face and have her full attention on you, even when she's going through her own personal name storm. I'm going to miss our little conversations. They brighten me up. I know that everyone has that same feeling. She can make you feel like you're the most important person in the world. And we all kind of need to hear that every once in a while. Not to get a fat head, but to keep from circling the drain. Thanks, Nick, for making sure I don't get flushed. That's so great.
You know my brain, I'll forget, so let me tell my next story and then I'll give you back the microphone.
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry.
Not sure how DC letter go, but they are going to, I don't understand that, but okay. DC is going to celebrate her arrival. There will be a bit of Chat North missing when she leaves. Sometimes people leave such an inedible mark, nothing can replace it, and they aren't meant to be replaced. Oh, sugar, when something doesn't quite go as planned, this must break us all off. This feels more like a toast, so if you have a drink in the room, lift your drink to a dream, even if it's at 10 a.m.
Where's Cooper? He's got it. I'm
Now
sorry.
you can tell your story.
I'll forget. There's so many. I will have to tell y'all, I bought Nikki's car, even though she threw it over the,
I didn't throw it over the curb. I was a little in a hurry.
I did not even tell everybody I took it over the curb. You did. That's what happened. My goodness, this BMW I'm buying go over the curb and she's, again.
Listen, I was in a hurry. Hard.
I went to the DMV with her signature on the title, her and Jeff's signature on the title. And they asked me who Michelle was. They said it's titled in Michelle's name. I said, I don't know who Michelle was. I have no idea. I said, maybe the lady that owned it, and she's in Virginia, because I think her sister-in-law owned the car. She got it from her brother and her sister-in-law. I want to tell you, I argued with them so much that they kicked me out and would not do the title. Because I did not know Mickey's name was Michelle. This is only like last week, guys. This is about a year or two ago. I had no idea, because Mickey's what we've always called her, and I didn't know. The saving grace that I have is actually, there was a dentist appointment set up for her brother-in-law, and he didn't know her name was Michelle. So I don't feel that bad. I'm sure there's quite a few of you who have no idea that her name is Michelle, not Mickey, and that is a nickname. I didn't know that. We argued. I'm trying to get this thing notarized. I had to go back, re-sign.
Okay, it's Michelle.
They didn't believe me at that point. I thought it was fraud. I'm stealing a car. So they did not allow me to get a tag. I had to come back to Mickey. Well, I was gonna leave it at this, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna show you one more thing. I want you to watch the screen. So the president of the company is a good friend of mine, and he has some words for me. Here you go, President. That kind of love.
It's pretty crazy.
There you go. All right, keep it going. Yes, ma'am, Miss Lucy.
Nick, when I first started, Mickey and I were in the same position, which is what Vanessa does, and she said, you can call me whenever you need to, and just with whatever questions you have, and she truly meant that, because I called her a lot. And anytime I asked her for a spreadsheet or how do you do this, she would always just volunteer that information. And in the years that have come, I've watched her get hurt on a scooter.
Thank you for the reminder.
I've watched, like, we've talked about parenting things, so many wonderful things, so I will miss you really.
And it's been fun doing it together, hasn't it? It's been a lot of fun.
So if you took some words from Lucy, there might have been a scooter accident in Austin. So let's see, that's Surgeon General, but the warning is don't get on scooters late at night.
You can get on the scooter, just don't hit a pothole.
And she broke her heart. Oh, those you know.
Oh,
Yeah. That's
That was fun. I blame that one on Melba.
All right, let me sorry, I forget stories. Go ahead.
Well, that was, you let me finish, that was from Cravens. There's been several people that can't be here today, and
I don't know that I'm gonna be able to get through to say anything, but I've been here for 20 years. And, you know, they always say everybody is replaceable, and I just don't think Mickey is. There's not a time where I'll be like, Mickey, I need, and I don't even finish the sentence, and I have what I need, no matter like what Craven said, no matter what her day is like, no matter what she's going through. She's just the most selfless person I've ever met, and I don't know what I'm gonna do without her. So, I'm excited for you and your new adventure, but I do feel like there's going to be the biggest void here ever. And I love you, and I'm gonna miss you.
always turn into the real estate deal, right? Do you mind saying this about you? I don't mean to make this go conversation, but I just, do they feel this way about you? Have you impacted enough people in your lives? What are they saying about you? I told Nikki, I said, this is not a funeral, but it's an
It
opportunity.
feels like it does.
You can just see it 6 foot above ground. In my case, it's 5'6", but, you get to hear what. I didn't say 5'7", Lord, give me that. I'd like to make it funny. You know, it's what people are saying about you while you're here, not what they're saying about you. The reason I did that post last week is I wanted her to have an opportunity to hear from the people that love her, that value her, to understand what an incredible friend, employee, and it's not about money, it's about people. And for me, that was an opportunity to put a post, and yes, obviously LB changed it. You know what I was trying to say, it's interesting how she operates, they know me, like she'll send me a text once I send it, so if you see how articulate and there's no run-on sentences or spelled word, you'll know that my wife did it or LB did it, because she'll send me a text, I want to wrote a great post on Facebook for you today. So I will expose, I have some.
You got leverage.
I have some gifts and I have some faults, and I just choose not to stay in my faults, so, as we continue to make. So someone else? Mallory, go ahead, I'm gonna let Mallory also speak.
Very good friend of me. You know, it's to my birthday. They're like, probably won't get to see me more for my birthday.
No, say never, it's gonna fly.
You never know, Mel.
Out.
And I was gonna do this in TV, but I like to get a picture with you and put it in our place and give it to you before you leave.
I would love to do that. I would be honored, Mallory.
I love you.
I've stayed in the moment for a long time, but my God.
I mean, Nikki,
She draws the crowd all day.
I know, my God.
Somebody else, how's me? Oh,
no.
well, I don't know. Hold on, let me prepare the room. I don't know what's coming on next month. So there you go. You're right.
Your son got teaching instructions from me, but he was young and willing to learn. At the time, I'm 73 now, I was 71-ish at the time. I didn't want to learn. I didn't want to do this. I have never been academically motivated. And my father came home when I came home from my spring quarter report card from the University of Georgia. He said, anyone who enjoys going to college, but you do, won't mind paying for it. So,
Grades are great.
yeah, that was, but I wouldn't have ever gotten my license. I wouldn't have ever gotten through that test, and I sure wouldn't have put up with all the other stuff if it hadn't been for me. So if you get a crusty old white guy you get into this stuff, you are so far above the norm.
And to continue on that, and if you could put up with him.
Which he does on numerous occasions. And by the way, I'm here admitting because it's me.
Yeah. We've had, you will have, if you go to another job, I think such a opportunity if you go in the art field. Because one of the fabulous family reunions, we were staying at one room because we couldn't get into the Hilton with everybody on the first night. So I come in and I put my stuff in and went somewhere, came back, and there's about 4 other people in this room. And I went, well, come on in. And I look over at Mickey. I don't see it here today, but she's got her Mickey Mouse hand.
That's right.
And she's drawing and she can't get it right. She's erasing. And I said,
And Marcia can do it.
let me get over there. So we together, we did this great Mickey Mouse hand.
Yeah.
And we used it at all the family reunions because she'd hold it up, and as the years went by, we added lights to it.
Yeah.
And you would go in first, and you and David at each end, and reserve seats for all of us latecomers. And we just have the best time.
Turning cats, y'all. Big reunion now.
Just so much fun, and every reunion will never be the same. We've dressed up silly, we've worn silly things on our head, we've done all kinds. The casino, I mean, you can't beat that.
Can't beat that. I just might go back this year. It is great. Yeah. I just might go this year with no responsibilities. I just go and gamble and play, and then you all can go and do your stuff during the day. Go hang out at the pool. I'll tell them about it.
If you can hear fine back there, if you want to come in here, we have more room over up here. I want to make sure everybody can hear what's going on with this. Matt, you got something to say? I see you.
I was gonna say, so for the first 6 months after I started enjoying chat for it, I remember thinking that Mickey did not like me. And I was going through my life and I'm like, Rachel, there's no way this woman is being passive aggressive. She's this nice. I mean, Matt, I wouldn't have a great. I'm like, oh gosh, what I did. This person is this nice. You have been, and you, this has been so special with our team, and you helped us grow, throughout the years. We're, very thankful to have met you and been a part of your life, and we're excited to see you go. I will say, fast forward, I got a little glimpse when you get to know Mickey a little bit more. We were at family reunion a year and a half ago, and she knows what's going. And it's family reunion is always around my birthday, so everyone decided they're going to stay up until midnight and ring in my birthday. And Mickey is looking over to me and counting down how much longer she has to stay up. Birthday is 45 minutes, Matt. Counting down the dollar, just stay up. We love you. I'm gonna give this to you from our team. This is
Manny,
from all of us.
you think I didn't like?
No. That's ending with Mickey. That midnight on your birthday, I'm sorry, I didn't know.
I missed it, sorry.
No, is there any more to that story?
Oh, no, that, yeah, I think
No.
he was up till more.
No, just,
No, as soon as it struck midnight, I said, happy birthday, I think we all sang, and I went right to bed.
playing golf with you the next morning and you had coerced her to try to give me shots so that I played bad the next day. Successful on that, yeah.
That's the story, I knew the story.
I will say too, Mickey always hated rooming me at those events because y'all don't know me. I like to go out and have a good time and maybe party a little bit. And I would always make her stay out with me, and I would be at everything the next morning. So let me go ahead and say that. I always was where I was supposed to be when I was supposed to be there, but I don't recover as well. Sleep. She'll get up and she's ready to go. I need sleep, and I prefer at least 8 hours of sleep. No. Right, sometimes she got more. Oh my goodness. And you have to, you can't tell LB no. Come on, just one more drink. Mickey, you're doing it. Decisive when I wanna be. Yes. Yes.
Well, I know Ashley Connor's here, and I don't know whose week it is. I didn't even look at the agenda sheet, and I don't think it really matters. So I get to control the narrative. I'm actually gonna let both of you speak today. And I like whatever you want to say. So Ash, I'm gonna give you the floor, then I'll give Amy the floor.
Well, I was really hard. It's not easy. Well, I will tell you that Ashley closed my house and did an amazing job. We were in and out in like 30 minutes. I had no problems. Kelly and Thornham was on the ball. They did everything fantastic. And it was And that's just a professional relationship. Personally, you're an amazing person. You've done so many good things for that office and for me and for Murder Book Club. And even though I rarely finish the books, you still let me enjoy it.
Well, thank you for making me so comfortable.
We're way beyond Judith.
You've been a true friend to me since the moment I walked in the office. And there are no words for how much you'll be missed. You're a bright light everywhere you go. And I know we'll continue to be friends, but I'll miss seeing you in real life all the time. But in no way are you excused from book club.
You know what I love to, Ash, is, you know, I have this word, I've been challenging Ashley over the last year and a half, we've been so attorneyish. Attorneys don't cry. I love that.
I'm sobbing.
I love that. And
You've been really just so warm and welcoming to both Emily and I, and you will definitely miss. I know, you know, we came in 6 full months ago, but we already just love you and we wish you the best, but you'll definitely be so and thank you.
if you got anything to say, you wouldn't come in here, you know, some basketball marketing.
Oh, gosh, didn't know you were doing that thought. I mean, essentially just want to echo what everyone's saying. I know I've only been in here a very short time. But just again, like Amy said, this felt more from you and just see the impact that you made on everyone, especially your tight knit staff. But yeah, like Ellie said, it's a huge boy and wishing you all the best.
Todd, you got anything to say?
I just wanted to tell you guys a brief story about whenever I joined. I was sitting here thinking there's so many stories I could tell about Mickey, but when Julie was already here a year before I came, and when we came in, she said, well, you have to go in and meet the people in the office to actually officially join. And she said, I said, all right, whatever. And she's like, now first I'm gonna tell you something. She's like, there's this guy named Mike. And she's like, that's not why we're joining. So when you meet him, just go, yeah, okay, and move on.
It's like that.
And then she goes, and there's this other wonderful lady, her name is Linda Best, but we only call her LB. And please don't say anything, and she's kind of scary. Yes, but the real reason we're joining is for my friend Mickey. And she said, she is gonna take such good care of you. And she was right. You will be so very, very missed.
Yeah, it's so funny that, I keep talking to them, but I'm thinking they're coming here because of me. I mean, I stick my chest out, they join me. But now that I've talked to a few people, and I think even Matt told me last night that I didn't join here for you, Mike, I joined for Mickey. I'm like, well, I agree. I would too. I agree. And you know, you're special. Hey, shaking your head.
That's one reason why, I mean, the first time I came here, because Cindy had said, you just have to go talk to Mickey. As soon as you talk to her, you're not gonna even wanna go talk to anybody else. At any other, you know, the day I got my license, you got me in your office. It was a good thing.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. AJ.
So I know you said it's not roast Mike day. But when I first joined, I was speaking to Mike for a couple of weeks, we'll say.
We met offsite. Let's
Yeah.
get all the story right. You're gonna roast me.
Yeah. And I met Mike because someone else said you gotta meet this guy, and first impression was just like, wow, he's awesome and full of energy. And the second time I said, wow, he's awesome and full of energy. This can't be real. And then I came to the office and I met a couple people, and then I was like, okay, I think I might like this office. Let me see, because it was a real hard decision to leave the last brokerage. And it was when I went and sat with Mickey and talked to her, and I told you this story about a couple months ago, Mickey, but when I sat with you, I realized that Mike's not fake. It's like it was the culture in this office and it was just truly genuine and permeating throughout the whole office. And I just knew it was the right place, but I couldn't get it from you. I had to.
Yeah, I had to get I grew up in the Mike Tyson era, and there's a 1-2 punch. I got to get in there with you, and then she finished the drill, right?
Yeah.
Then we got your mom, and yeah. And y'all were with Cole Banker for, golly, a long time. I didn't even say anything
Stop
out
aging me now.
I didn't say that. But we got,
Thank you for everything, Nikki. You've been awesome. It's such a sport and everyone has said it right. Like you literally make everyone feel like they're the only person that matters in that moment. The number of times I walked in your office and you literally like turned your computer away and then just sat and listened to me vent or ask stupid questions. So appreciated.
Well, thank you. You guys are everybody is amazing. Everybody here is. You're all the best. Everybody here. Yeah.
And I don't feel so out of place saying that the only reason I came to that office is because of me. And everyone else is the reason that I say, but. When I first came and we had, after our 2 hours on the phone, I had 3 hours in your office. And my life was completely falling apart. And you sat and listened and you walked with me on my tangents. And I just want to thank you for bringing me here and bringing me to honestly the best place I've ever worked and the best group of people I can ever know. And I will miss interrupting everything you do when I came. Oh, it's useful.
Michelle.
So I met Mickey on a red day 10 years ago. Alex was 2 and he was on red day with us. We were cleaning up some side street somewhere over here.
Oh, yes.
And
We were getting ready for the pastry corner stuff. Yes.
Yeah.
That's forever. Yeah.
right, and we were trying to help. Luis was doing some things, I was doing some other things and trying to, corral Alex, keeping him safe. And then suddenly I look over and Alex is with this random lady that I had never met before. And they're both squatting, like going like this in a huge dirt pile. And I'm like, what are they doing? So I come over, I'm like, what are you guys doing? And Alex is like, worms. Alex, we're digging through the dirt pile, and she was really just entertaining Alex. And from then on, you have been such a big support for our family, not only personally, but on our business as well. When COVID came and we established our school back here, we would come in and you would always be so helpful and
Puppies then, yeah.
puppies
Yeah.
and Lucy, so that they would entertain Alex while he was in recess or whatever that was. So Mickey, I didn't know we shared a name. I even like you more now. So thank you for all your support throughout this year. You're so bright and cheerful and you will be greatly missed. But we're so excited for your new endeavors and we look forward to seeing you in DC.
The way I do team meetings, they go about 15 over. That's what Matt and me would say, but.
Can we go over like what's coming up this way?
Allison, I didn't know you were gonna make it at your funeral. You guys anything to say? Give you an opportunity to talk about this lady.
And I've never lost words, and that doesn't happen to me very often.
I was gonna say, I don't think that's ever happened.
The tears are gonna start, but I met with Mike the first time I came in and he was just so full of energy and we started talking about the lake and everything we had in common, and I knew that I was like, this is the place I'm gonna be. And he was just so full of energy. And then
I'll never forget the first time I met with Mickey. I came from a tennis match and I came into your office, came bouncing in, and I was so excited. I was waiting to pass the test. I passed the test, and you were so excited with me. And you, since that day, you supported me through everything, thick and thin. And I know that there are times that I've made you crazy. But you will, you know, more than you possibly imagine. It won't be the same. So, thank you.
I think what I love, come to you, what I love is you guys are sharing your hearts and you've been able to actually go to Mickey, it's like a counseling session. You know, not a counseling, I mean, in a mean way, but I mean, that you knew that she would take anything you say and come from love and also hold it to herself, that it's between you and her. And I think that's, you know, that's really what makes you special as well. You know? I know where to find, this is great, I love this.
Yeah, so, I don't know if y'all can see this, but yeah, I'm gonna talk about this, okay? This is a little lapel pin here, KW pin. And to the average, you know, I'm gonna sit back, that's sorry. But the average person, it's just a pin, right? No one would ever know. And if anybody who knows me, I like subtlety, kind of, you know, it's like kind of like just very personal, I'm not very flashy, but I'm chock full of like hidden meaning, you know, like, oh, this person gave this to me, this person, you know, gifted this to me. You would never know, right? Unless you knew me. So this is just a pin. When I first came here, it was 2016, I think. It was like that fall, like passed my exams and everything. And I was going around and I was, you know, interviewing different brokerages and stuff. I don't know, with my, like most people did. And, but once I got on board, you know, I was new to everything. I wasn't sure like how to navigate the space. And I was like, you know, do I wear a name tag? And I see some people doing that, and that's cool. Everybody does their own thing, you know? And I was like, well, I just want something like a subtle nod that lets people know that I'm in the industry, right? And so I was, you know, just give it a little fun little pin. It's actually a good conversation starter. I like the fun one, the like Mario ones, just very subtle, right? And so I saw this like KW pin. You were in the front office where Ness is at right now. And it's just like on a little window ledge. And I was like, you know, that looks, that's like exactly what I'm looking for. You know, like not too big, not too small. And I'm like, where did you get that? It's like, oh, it was a family reunion.
Yeah.
And then it's like, yeah, I got that. And then there's this like slight hesitation. I was kind of picking up like it meant something to you. And I was like, no, I'm not going to ask for it, of course. Just let me know where I can buy it. You're like, no, just take it. You know, I'm like, are you sure? She's like, yeah, just take it. I'm like, okay, I didn't trust with it. I'm like, I've got it, like really, you know, but I've taken care of it, never lost it. Every time I had a closing, and I wore it every single time after like over 100 closings. I would wear this almost every single time. So this is just my little reminder of you. You can have it back if you want. It's selfish, and I'm gonna say I want to keep it as my little memento of our interactions. This is like literally like first day stuff, you know, that you know, between me and you, and it's just a little glimpse, right, of her, right? It's just showing you how selfless you were, and you know, and I'm not sure if you exuded that or maybe I just read that wrong, but I love the slightest hesitation because it meant something to you, right? If it's just like, well, I'm gonna throw that away anyway, then it doesn't mean as much, right? But it's like, it meant something. It sat there on your little window and it was your thing, and you know, it means even more, right?
Well, it means even more to me that you still have it, because what y'all don't know about Colonel Allen here is he did leave us for a little bit, but he came back. He never got rid of it.
Anyway, I just wanted to share that story. And then as I walked in here today, I was thinking, you know, like Mickey really embodies KW, right? Kind of, you know, speaking to Mike's earlier point, right? This culture of everything. And then I was thinking, it's like, you know, yes and no, right? Because I've been to other KWs and they're fine, but they're not Chattahoochee, right? It's not Chattahoochee anymore. Nailed it. Okay, and so, and then I kind of went one level down, right? And I was just like, you know, she really embodies like Chattahoochee North. But then as I sat here and listened to all these stories, I was like, you know,
And nothing to take away from what we've built here. It's amazing here. Right? The culture, it absolutely is a thing, right? But if you go even one more layer, peeling that onion peel layer down, it's you, right? It's really you. So I believe you could actually go to any brokerage and it would become like that, right? So it's not the desks here. It's not the shopping center anymore. It's not the ceiling fans. Although they all- It's you, right? And so I'll just echo what everybody else has said here this morning. It's 1000% true. I have felt several times where I could be paying you for my therapy, going in that room. And so, it's just there's nothing else I can, it's been amazing. Thank you. You'll be sorely missed, obviously, but you'll also be whatever you do, right? Whether that's that animal rescue or something that has to do with that, whatever, wherever you go. Okay?
So if anybody has connections in DC and they know where I can go get a job, I'm open.
Yeah, so they will welcome you and that little, wherever that is, it'll be just a little bit brighter because you're there.
You know, I'm gonna add to that. Great, thank you for that. Thank you.
Yeah, I really means the world.
That's what Mark King asked me. He said, did we get Mickey a job in DC? I said, we're working on it. That was cool. The president's desk asking about one of his leaders.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah.
You might have some connections.
Dallas, I've never seen you lost some words.
It's hard for me because, for those who don't know, these girls here are the sole reason why I've always stayed in Chat North. I originally joined, because it was just right next to my place where I used to live, and I had planned on moving from Chat North the entire time. When I first came here, I told them not to bother me and just to leave me alone. Yeah, it goes back to that first experience, but over the years, through my struggles, both mentally and business and everything, these girls have been there so much for me through all my hard times. And to lose one of you, any of you, is so hard on my heart. You guys are my everything, you're my family, and you guys know all the venting sessions and all the, I feel bad for your ears and everything.
I'm just acting, you called me a girl. I said that twice, now I don't.
Yes. I think he is calling you.
That's why Dallas, I understand Rustin.
I love you all so much. And Nikki, this is so hard. I'm just trying to keep my mouth shut because I don't want you to go. I'm being very selfish here. I know everybody's excited about your ministry, but you guys are like family, you know.
It's okay not for her to go, none of us do. I'm
But I am-
feeling a little too.
But I'm appreciative that you kind of did this because I know what comes out sometimes.
Interesting.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
Yes, sir, Enrique. I'll be brief because Enrique doesn't cry, right? I don't have 10 years worth of Mickey stories, unfortunately, right? But the year and a half that I've been here, it's been such a blessing. I don't think you realize, and I love all the ladies at the front. But I don't think you realize how much a center of gravity and balance that you are for the office. I mean, Alan said it, you're the therapist. How many times have I walked? And just so you know, we love you all, right, guys? But some of you do test our skills. And everyone up there flocks to Mickey's office. And you know, what's my joke? What's my word for somebody pissed me off, Mickey? Your flock.
Yes.
Don't I start
Yes.
every
Your
time?
flock.
Your flock,
Uh-huh.
right? So all I want to say is your flock loves you. And we will miss you. And I don't know what we're gonna do without you. I come visit. It is, BC happens to be my old stomping ground, so I will come visit. I know.
Open invitation for all of you, not at the same time.
I'm just saying that. BC is very long stuff. Oh, yeah.
Flying all the out here. Almost 6 years I've been in this office. 6 years ago, we don't have the bilingual support that we have right now. 6 years ago, I was around the office alone, not knowing anything about real estate with my contracts, just practicing and doing my stuff, trying to learn. And I stopped so many times to Nikki's office to ask her if the contract was okay, if the civil was okay, because I want to learn. I passed literally for 3 offices from my home to here. And the only reason why I stay here is because this. Because when I made the decision to have the license and I came to this office, I know all of them. But I remember I came home and I said, the way that this lady, I forgot her name because I didn't believe that I was thinking. And I thought to my husband and I said, I just want to stay there because the way that that lady makes me feel. I didn't know anything. And she makes me walk through that time in the beginning that all of us know how hard it is to start in this business. And she makes me think that it's gonna be really easy. I really appreciate that you were the first call that I received when I was really sick. You were the first call that I received from the office. And you keep calling me every time to see and check on me how was I doing. I received letters from you, cards from you, different people here, but you were there. I want to thank you for all the times that I made it wake you up in the morning. Because, example, one time I changed car with my husband and I have been here at the office in the other car and I get here at 8 in the morning and oops, I don't have keys. And I don't want to drive back 1 hour and more. And I told him here, he was here in 5 minutes. Recently, I have a class here. And I was here, again, same thing, my kid doesn't work and didn't work, and I called her in the morning again, and she was here in 5 minutes. Then all that support, you always there for all of us, no matter what the time. I just want to say thank you. I came last week and I just walk and I just come back because I don't want to see you. Because I know that I'm going to cry. Thank you, Vicky, for everything. We love you. I love you so much. And you are the real point here. Thank you.
Your Honor, where did you live?
No, that we close to Monroe.
How long did it take you to get here?
1 hour and 15 minutes without traffic.
I want everybody to hear that. See Patrick's 3 other kids, that needs to come here. I love 6 years. Anybody else? Ron Maxwell, go ahead, my friend.
For me, and Mickey, it's been so fun to watch your growth here. I mean, for those of us that have been here from the beginning, and there are still a few of us in the room, John and Susan and Charlotte and Ruth and Marcia, and I don't know if I'm missing anybody that I can't see. But for some of us that were here when we unlocked the door to begin with, to watch the people that have come and gone from our lives, whether leadership or agents or whoever. We watch people for years and we are a family. I mean, many of you, and I try to hit everybody that joins that I see on Facebook where we're welcoming you to the company. I always say, welcome to our Chattahoochee North family. Because we are. But to see Nikki from when she came in as an agent, as a new agent, okay, and then to move into actually being employed by the market center and being that fresh face at the front desk who was so welcoming, as many have been, because there's a whole group up there that started out that way in this office, okay?
All of us.
Or came in and did a little selling.
Every one of y'all started as a front desk.
Yeah, I mean, and when we see that, you know. So what I'm trying to say is that there's been so much growth, and that's the great thing about our company, but especially about this office, is because we are a family. We do genuinely want everybody to be successful.
Yep.
And it's not, you know, it's not fake. I mean, with Mike, I don't, what year did you start? 04?
I've been 20 years this year. I started in 1984.
Okay. You know, I called you the Energizer Bunny from the very beginning because, and you know, and he's 20 years older now, okay? But he's always just had unlimited energy. But, you know, you watch everybody, and I will tell you that as we've seen different people go, because we've had different team leaders in here, people that we've loved dearly, and some little short stints, you know, but when I look at you, Nikki, I think about the fact that I really believe that with you moving on to DC and getting on with your life and something new here, that it is, you know, you are leaving a hole. You've left your impact on the market center. It's been amazing. The group that's assembled here, and you have been there for so many years to help people have a good start in this business. And it's tough to get into it. I was never in sales before I came into real estate at all. I was an IT guy, and, you know, done that for 30 years. And then to come in and try and be a salesperson. But it's all about relationships. And that's how it is here. It's the relationship. My business is totally built at this point. Okay, which is closer to retirement for sure. But it's based on relationships. And Nikki has developed relationships with, I don't know whether it's everybody in this room, but if not, darn close to it. And you've been important to us, and we have seen you go through really tough stuff. And we've seen you have great joy and great success. And you've just been amazing as assistant team leader. What a great partner for Mike.
Oh, yeah.
And what a great asset for this office. And we just love you, and we're going to miss you.
Hey, family, I know that you know that Ron has stayed at my mom's house more times this year than I have. True story, isn't it, Ron?
It is true. It is true. And she is so sweet. We love her.
Stop. Okay, Ruth, I'm sorry, yes, stand up, Ruth.
Well, I was here before. I came with Susan and all them at the beginning. So I'm a charter member, y'all. Charter members, I thought that was something really big.
It's a big deal.
Anyway, but when Minnie came on board, we had several people. Fell beyond what any would expect, and part of it is God given brains. I mean, this. Because she was fancy. Well, it's just that God gave her good brain. So, we just thank you so much for Nikki, for all of it, all of it. And I know, you have great things that come to you. So we're just praying for you to be here. And we're just gonna miss you like crazy, you know, but we'll call you up, don't worry. And I just wanna thank you personally for all of you.
It's funny is I won't call anymore, and I know a lot of you said it already to her and had opportunities, to say these wonderful things. And I had an opportunity of disconnecting the, washing machine on Father's Day, and it changed my life dramatically. And yeah.
I wasn't expecting this today. I'm ready for a regular format. I'm ready.
Well, I think so you can go to classes all you want. You can, classes, if you want to learn about a buyer and a seller, and I've done over 500 team meetings. But this is what real estate is about.
Yeah.
And some people just don't get that in life. So I hope that all of you sitting in this room see it's about relationships. And if you build relationships, they will come. They'll come from an hour and 20 minutes away. Oh, Grayson Austin lives in Alabama, and she leaving here. People choose to be here because of the relationships, and it is spectrum of culture, and when you dealt rough and tough with me, they went to you for sweetness, and I understand that, I get that, and so, yeah, it's been a fun ride, now I'm sure there'll be some more stories that I forget, to tell, yeah. You know, I'm gonna tell y'all, if you saw the Facebook post, and my buddy Chad Hines, he was my regional director at one time, and he's helped me do a lot of stuff, and he's like, Mulder, what are you gonna do now since you've been hiding behind Rick? So it is gonna be, different.
Well, I love you guys so much, and I'm gonna get through this without crying. No. Y'all are amazing people, and you kept me here, and you kept me wanting to be here. You're my family, these guys. You're my family. Wife's still in here, it's just time to go, but I could have gotten through. We've laughed, we've cried, we've yelled, I've yelled.
You get that.
I was gonna say we haven't hit, and that's the one that made me stop a little bit too. We might have seen some hits a couple times too. It's fun. But seriously, this is, you hear, you talk, I've worked, it's my set, I've lived all over, I've had different jobs, I'm doing different things, and there's just something so special about Chat North, it truly is. We truly are. We're a family, and it sounds so corny. It does. I know when I talk to people about getting into the business or coming to the office. And if they ask, why is this office different? Why did I choose here over somewhere else? Like, because of the family, because of the support, because we're genuine. I mean, we would do. You're gonna call us on the evenings and the weekends, and if we're able to, we're gonna pick up, we're gonna help you. We want you to succeed. We're gonna do what you need. We're gonna give you what you need. We're gonna make sure that you guys are gonna be successful in your dreams, and we're all here to support each other. And whether things that we've done for people to just help them to get to somebody's funeral, or to go and support people at a funeral, or take them to the hospital. But that's what we do. You guys are our family. You guys are my family. But we don't want our body to be. But Chris is still here. He's staying in Atlanta. He's moving out, which is gonna be great for him. Although, let me tell you, I was not raised well because even this morning, we're in that stupid hotel. And I come walking out, and he's got dirty dishes all over, and his wallet's here, and his keys here, and his ears are there. And I'm like, listen. Oh my gosh, I feel I pity his roommates. He's already lost his wallet twice. He's already locked himself out of the hotel room once. I know, he's gonna be calling y'all. Oh my goodness, but but my point there is, he is still here, you guys are still here, and for that, I will still be here visiting. So you're not done with me. I mean, I'm not staff anymore, but my license is still here. When I'm in town, I'm coming to team meeting. It's still good. I'm still, if you need anything, I'm still around. I'm still part of the office.
I know we gotta wrap this up.
Yes.
Anybody got anything last parting words you want to say? Todd, do you want to say anything? I mean.
I've been here 4 years now, and I just remember when I first came in. I go to Mike and ask a question and say, well, I don't know, go ask Mickey.
Everybody in this room has haven't heard that same thing.
Yeah, and that was the standard answer every time. Now, let's show some, Mike always talks about wealth growth and growing your wealth and everything, but what is wealth without friendship? And Mickey is one of the richest persons, obviously.
Okay, well, since we all may not be able to see for the rest of the day, and that's okay, from all the tears. We collected a little something for you, Mickey, just as a token of, I mean, it doesn't come close to everything that you've done for us in this office, but we just wanted to give you a small token of appreciation. And you're to use this to buy something for yourself, maybe even an iPhone.
Beautiful pictures because of our texting with that thing Android.
So, it's gonna get put this week, well, good. You will be missed, you're irreplaceable, and there is going to be, like I said, a future over here without. We love you. This.
I don't think it would be a right team meeting without
All right.
come down. Yes, come on down. I want you down front.
Hey, and there's a lot of people out there, so please. Oh, yeah.
So I'm not sure how this is gonna continue with Zoom, because it's Mickey who always said, hey, don't forget art.
Not too much.
The three words that I've heard today have been family, I've heard impact, I've heard love, I've heard a lot of different things. The word impact kind of comes up. Let's see if I can kind of get my words out today. You never really know the true impact that you have. You never know how much someone needed that smile. You get all these people walking through the office, you always have that big smile. You never know how much your kindness turning someone's entire life. And you never know how much someone needed that long hug that you talked that you gave them. So don't wait to be kind. Don't wait for someone else to be kind. Don't wait for a better circumstance to go for someone. They can't just be kind because you never know how much someone needs it. And so this right here, this is family right here. This is that song. We are family, right?
Yeah. It's just a pledge.
Yeah.
Right, so this is family, and it really shows the true impact that one person can have just on her. And yes, we do love you, and we want to say a prayer, so if you guys can just come, just kind of lay your hands on her. Oh, I love that. It's all this time, and if everybody else, if you could just extend your hands towards me right now, everybody please just extend your hands to me. And let's close out. Heavenly Father God, we thank you so much for this day, because this is the day that you have made. And we will rejoice and be glad in it. We thank you so much for the blessing of Vicky and for just her contribution to this office. And we can hear, we've heard all the wonderful stories and funny stories and laughter of how she's impacted someone's life.
We pray that you bless, protect, and watch over her, provide a protective hedge over her and her family, and all that she does. Lord God, and bless her with this health, wealth, and strength. We thank you, we give you all the glory, we give you praise, amen. Amen.
Wrap. God bless. Have a great day, everybody. Thanks y'all for
Sugar.
So what I wanted to do. What we're gonna have to do is cut out an area. So, he's cut out. Yeah. I mean, to me, yeah, you don't have to do it. My mother told me, when they were down in the US, it is so different. Like, it's an amazing difference in the heat in his hand. So, I really think I know some living on them, I think. We have been all yet. Sometimes my tire thought. Yeah, well, Pam is a pretty good shopper. Let her do it. No, they're not. I assure you. It's not what they're doing. No, nothing why. You got to pay her to be up there. I don't want something that's not going to last. I want something to be effective. Yeah. Talk to you when we have it. We have no. Make sure. We're good. Thanks.
I'm gonna finish here real quick and then I'll be right here. Okay, give it a second. I think it's one my band and that's sort of yeah. So text it to me and then I can call. I think so. I'm gonna text it.
When you're working in with Bruce.
No, as well. You realize what you're getting out of it is, and I know so sure be something like. Do you need help taking that shirt? Probably stuff in there. Or I'm staying today, but I'm thinking about later. What's now? I mean, it's like work. Just go back and. Not just. It's not. It's what that in my. Yeah. Not that. Last time I was gonna work there on you jail with ladies. Oh, seems home here. Okay, so whatever I do is, welcome.
Very yourself.
I got to trade things. And I haven't, what day? They're so good. I went there. I got 60 days. I went downstairs back. They're all. He's still measuring. Your drive is not
See you, Jonathan.
I'm good. I'm good. That's dangerous. I will have this conversation with you. I mean, you have like the ones that I need to discuss. Can you buy? Your shirt. It's like me all the time. We don't really see her. Like her friend first. I didn't think it like they were. But my daughter starts to still learning. We don't have a, we don't. Yeah, we. It is, you know, but you get her. Yeah, well, I don't. It's your next level and. We have some like something a lot. I mean, I think they my dad loves. So I don't know. Is there? They're like, well, you know, they don't have work. I can't want to do any money. Saying, you know, that's. Yeah, I don't. Yes. Yeah. They walk right in so yes, that's where it is. I can just get the last time. I'm sure you're back.
Well, I.
What's there's anything. It's like you guys tell me all about it. They just left him apparently. I mean, maybe he don't sit out jail and they're like waiting to it. So I could see that.
Yeah, for sure.
See, you'll see them. Are you here?
Yeah, I felt bad.
Oh, if that gets ready to start, I better get out of here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hop on. It looks like I was driving in. I was like, well, that's the thing. I don't know if it's a good one. We're really large car, this is the disco ball. Oh, I'm sure going in. I think we were outside. The street, batteries, you change out the ball, push the food, reaching out, you're not. But you just feel like you was. It's big. That's every day, sometimes. It's a little bit, yes, stiffer, it's a little bit. Yeah. I think trying to get these like tomorrow. So I said, I was scared. My husband said, are you sure?
Yeah, it's worth it.
You know.
Right, you're getting ready to grab. Bring it to say something about that.
Happening after this. After this. Yeah. So we focus on trying from what you like to do. They go over. Okay, I mean, yeah. So yeah, but I'm trying to do this much as I can. Like even for someone like you, it's big, besides when you, I'm always like, yeah. Yeah. He has a question. Yeah. Oh, you're right to do that.
How was your trip? How cool?
Oh, it was. So I'm not sure. It was so good.
Yeah. Wow. Is there, I've heard these fans?
Yeah, it's not that.
But.
I think they're gonna keep the switch. Gonna be that one.
Is that okay with everybody? Just
I think so. Is that stuck in? Yes, right.
yeah, it's not. Thank you.
Okay. All right, well. So. It was a sad morning, right?
Yeah.
So.
Needs to be.
I don't know if I want to say any more things on Mickey, but I think she means a lot of different things to each one of you. And like I mentioned in the team meeting, I don't have 10 years worth of anecdotes and things, but the last year and a half has been great, and a lot of it has to do with her being here, right? Now, with that said, how's marketing Swanee? Sandy,
It's been good. I think it's starting to slow down a little bit.
why do you say that?
Why do I say that? That it's been good?
No, that it's starting to slow down.
Not seeing as many listings coming on that we have. I mean, obviously those have been low anyway, but it seems like it's slowed down even more. And then it feels like I'm seeing more that are sitting a little bit longer too.
Okay, all right. But you,
It's normal for me because this is the time of year when school starts. People kind of focus on school about a couple of weeks and then it really goes full blast right after.
I forget because I don't have school age kids anymore. We have a daughter at college and she's going back and I'm 13. But a lot of it is that, right? The more traffic, all these things where you should just went to the open house.
Right.
She's like, I got an open house. She's like, where? Tuesday, she's like, oh, it's at school. Right?
So, what I want you to do, the reason I'm asking those two questions is, we're still getting bombarded by information, media, right? I get, I was setting out my wife's, Android people. And I was setting out the phone yesterday with, I don't know, so she had to do something for her. And I browsed, I don't know if you guys, I guess you have the same thing with iPhone, where you have your feed, the stuff that they think is important to you. Well, mine is everything real estate, right? Hers was, talking and, vacation this, vacation that, but mine is all about real estate. And it's interesting because there was one article that she had on her feed. And I'm going, what did she say that prompted this article, right? And it was talking, we live in Jones Creek, and it was talking about Jones Creek, and I don't have, I should have sent that link to me. But it was talking about the fact that and it was a positive piece of information regarding Jones Creek, up and coming, you know, high, I don't want to say highest, but high median income and XXX. So my first thought about it was, okay, somebody looks at that. Somebody looks at that and they're saying Jones Creek, they're thinking real estate, they're thinking about doing something with real estate. And that's positive reinforcement, isn't it? Right? Now, on the flip side, I get a lot of I get a lot of both. I get a lot of the gloom and doom. And then I get a lot of this is happening, the bright side. So it's interesting. So I guess they listen to me to some extent. But I send myself some things that I think are interesting and I wanted to share. And then we'll talk about this right here. Look at this style. So the fire erupts in the US House and this is dated July the 17th, so middle of the month, right? As deteriorated affordability clashes with the lock-in effect. What do you think they're talking about? I want to bring it up because this is what your clients are seeing. This is the information, and I don't think I'm the only one that gets this type of headlines, right? So look at this. There's a fire eruption housing market with deteriorating affordability clashes with the lock-in effect. What are they talking about?
People feel locked into their current living situation.
But they don't want to give up their
interest rates.
Now, however, and that as interesting as that is, one of those, I'm locked in at 3%, I believe it is. And I'm not selling my house or I'm not doing anything because of the house. That has nothing to do with, I mean, the loan helps and the rate helps and the term helps, but it's nothing to do with that. I don't let those things sway me one way or the other. But I know that that has an effect in a lot of people, okay? Now, who's not affected by that? By that lock-in effect? Cash buyers and people that have equity in their house, a lot of it, and they have their properties paid off, right? One of the things, and again, whenever you see anything negative, think of the opportunity. Whenever somebody says something is not going the right way, what are they really saying? What are they talking about? There's a void in the market, right? There's an issue in the market. Well, you can either say, oh my God, that's so sad, or that doesn't affect me, or it affects me dearly, right? Or you can say, how do we fix that? How do we fill that void that the market has? How do we fill that opportunity, right? And in your case, what is that? What do you think it is?
Do your research.
Well, I mean, people don't want to tell that, this is what this article is saying, right? I'm going to light in, the lock, they're calling it the locked-in effect. I don't want to sell my house because my rate is too good. So I'm going to be here forever because nothing else is going to affect me. Is that true? People are still going to move. Goodness, in this market, somebody like me could have said, what? Oh, I want to sell, low interest rate, and I have equity in the house. Why would I sell? There's nothing for me to do. However, what is she doing? She's moving back to DC. People still have lives, right? So that's still gonna happen. All we need to do is find who? The motivators. The motivators that are having life changes, right? That it doesn't matter what the market is. She still needs to move to DC. Even if the market had taken a dive, which it hasn't happened, right? She's still moving to DC. See that? You have a question?
Okay, I have a buyer. Well, she was a buyer, she was a signed buyer, got her pre-approved with Matt. And then she ended up not buying and renting. She was scared to spend her money, but she has it to spend. So she has just recently reapproached me, saying she's miserable where she is and she wants to buy. But now that we have this interest rate thing going on, she's like, well, maybe now isn't the right time and I need to wait for the rate to come down.
Does she have equity?
She doesn't have a house, she's in a apartment,
Okay,
she needs to buy.
okay, got it.
And so,
So the conversation changes, right? So what's the conversation when somebody should be buying and they don't want to buy because of the market and the rates?
Well, I mean, you can pay 7% or you can pay 100%.
Exactly, right? So renting at the end of the day will, in the long term, right? There's nothing wrong with renting for a few years, maybe even 2 years. But in the long run, it's always gonna cost you more money. Because what happens, pricing will continue to go up. I don't know what's gonna happen in 6 months, I don't know what's gonna happen in a year. I don't know if we're gonna go flat price-wise, I don't know if the price is gonna come down a little or a lot. But I know that in 10 years from now, pricing is probably gonna be higher, right? It doesn't matter what the rates are. That's if you think about it, right? Now, long term, don't get me wrong, somebody has and I think some of you heard me say this before, but I was in probably my second, third year in the business. And I ran out of clients. Everybody I knew, my circle was a lot smaller. Anybody that could buy a house or could sell a house did it with me. And then I was like, okay, my group, my flock, they're done. So I would go back and say, well, Jan, I know Jan has some money. Let me go see about that. Let me go see about an investment property, right? Now, and I started so how can I be top of mind to my small circle of people? And I basically said, you call me for anything financial, you call me. You want to buy insurance, you call me. I don't benefit from it, I'll call you in the right direction. You want to get, you pull done, you call me, I'm gonna get the best contractor to help you. So I did all of those things. Now, to my detriment, I did get a lot of calls, and I'm going, really, you're calling me because of, they couldn't Google back then, right? They couldn't go to the Yellow Pages, to find this information out, right? My first thought. My second thought was, they're calling me, so I'll take care of it, I'll help, right? Well, I get a call, because I'll go, anything, I said, anything financial, you call me, right? So I get a call from a client, for a house already, and he says, my dad is refinancing. Now, I'm looking for buyers and sellers. What do I care about that, right? And he says to me, now you got some emails that I sent to you is because I couldn't open my emails, so you're supposed to.
Oh,
Disregard.
okay, do what you gotta do.
So. Guess what the call was about? And he started this way, he says, my dad has a 17 or 16% interest rate. They're being refinanced, this is 2 years, so that's in 2000. They're getting refinanced at 6% or 6.5% or 7%, one of those, right? After they said, oh, that's Robert Stampin and that's great, okay? Now, I go to the so I asked the question, I said, where are they in their term? How long have they been making that payment? Well, they have 7 years left on their 30-year loan. And I said, tell him not to do anything. Stay put. But what are you talking about? It's a 17% or 16% loan. It makes all the sense in the world. The payment is going to be nothing. They not only were they going to lower the rate, they weren't gonna do a or they weren't being offered a 6 or 7 year loan. They were being offered another 15 or 30-year loan. So the payment was very, very small. So I scratched my head and I said, tell your dad that if he has a question, he can call me. Tell your dad he's already paid all that interest. All he's paying now in the last 6 or 7 years of your 30-year loan, all you're paying is principal. Right? Now, guess who I got a call from? Hi, thank you so much. Why didn't the loan officer that was trying to do the loan or do the refinance mention this? Is it because he was trying to sell you something? Right? And so what happened? And I digress because I filled a void. The void was, I didn't have enough business because I ran out of people, right? And I said, how can I change that? What can I do to change that? And I said, let me offer, you called me for anything. I don't care what it is. You want to renew your insurance, you want to, fix something in your house, you want to refinance, you call me. Doesn't have to be specific to real estate or what I do, which is sell and, list property and help you buy property, right? Now, what I want you to do is apply the same concept, okay? Look at what people are seeing. Let me show you the next one so you can see what I'm talking about. And I just think, I could have shown you 30 of them, but I'm showing you the ones that caught my attention. Let's see where it's in. Considering whether now is the right time to buy a home. Okay, what do you think this flip is gonna say? Is it gonna say you should be buying a home, or it's gonna say stay put and don't buy a house? It doesn't say that, right? It just catches your attention either way. Very clever, these people, right? It's not the right time to buy a home. But what are they telling these people? Oh my goodness. See, where is the? A lot of interest in the housing market these days, following a tremendous run up in real estate prices during COVID and a steep increase in mortgage interest rates in 2022. Many predicted, or are still predicting, that the housing crash is inevitable. How long have we been hearing that?
For years and years.
For the last 2 or 3 years, right? It's gonna continue, it's gonna happen. What is the one thing that always told me otherwise? Because trust me, the rates worry, the inventory worry, right? The market worry. Why? Because it's shrunken, right? There's less transactions than we have had in prior years, right? But people are still buying and selling real estate. We're a market that is driven by supply and demand. And while the supply continues to be low and the demand continues to be higher, I'm not that concerned about the market. Now, if it changes, then I'll tell you. Then I'll say I'm a little more concerned than I was a month ago, or 2 months ago, or 3 months ago. And look at what they're saying. Look at that, factors to consider. Now let's see. This graph right here. Nobody's showing you, let me see if I can make this thing bigger. And this is why it's important that we look at the numbers. Not because I want you to know the numbers, but because I want you to be able to talk to the people that are seeing this thing, your clients, your practice, right? So what does it say? 30-year mortgage rate, US 30-year mortgage. Starting in, I want to say that's close to early 70s to now. Look at how high we got in 1982, 3, 4. 16 to 17%. Right? And people still sold and bought real estate. You know who got in that market? Who started his career real estate in that market? Gary Keller. And guess what they came up with? What was the gimmick at the time? Because people were saying, we're not buying with those rates, right? That was the consensus. So the news and people didn't have Google, they didn't have the feed, right? We're bombarded by social media, but they still read the newspapers and they still heard the radio and they still listened to the news, the 60 Minutes and all of those things, right? And guess what they said? We're not gonna buy, or you shouldn't buy because the rates are so high. How do they fill the void? What did they do? What did the market do, the professional, the real estate industry, what did they do in order to fill the void?
They changed, didn't they have some different loan products and things that they did?
They got creative, right? But one of the things that they could do is they went back to the sellers. And I said, okay, you want to sell, you still, because people still needed to
Right, so
do.
they don't sell and financing.
Well, some of that happened, right? And I'll remind me of that because I'll mention that in a second. But they basically said, if you buy the buyer's rate down, we can sell your house. Right? And everything was structured that way. So in other words, people would say, well, come buy my house because I'm buying your rate from 17% down to 11%, down to 10%. Down to 12%, right? So, and again, the reason I'm showing you that is this, when people say that, look, what are they looking at? The potential buyers, you see, what was the headline for this article? Are you
Should you buy a house?
You should buy a house, right? You know, they didn't say, don't buy a house or buy a house. And then when you give you this information, and they really want to click on the ads and, they want to sell you something else, right? But they see this, and what are they looking at? They're looking at the last 3 years, and they go, this is my chance. I'm ready to the market get better, right? The lower side, get in the market, right? Look at where the rates were. Now, I don't like to start this, and I don't like to change the angle, if you would, every time, and then just make it sound to my benefit. But good rates, back up to 15, 16, 70%. Technically speaking, they could, right? So if the rates are higher in 6 months or a year, and you bought today in this market at a 7% or 6.75% rate, didn't you do the smart thing, Mr. Buyer? Right? What happens if the rates get lower? Then you refinance, right? What was the upside? What was the benefit? You locked in the price of the house, right? Let me show you one last one. And then 5 reasons. They give you everything, right? 5 reasons the housing market is referred to, and this was in July 20. Want to tell you here. I don't want to get notifications. See. This is the one that I really wanted to show you. I wanted to show you the contrast, right? In 2023, the housing market is undergoing a peculiar phenomenon. What does that translate to? I don't know what the hell it's doing. We don't know why it's doing what it's doing, right? A reverse. Clever. Right? A reverse. They were saying it's gonna crash, right? Now they're saying they didn't crash, but it's kind of like not to pick on anybody, right? But when they say it's too hot, oh my goodness, we're gonna burn, or it's too cold, right? And then when neither one of the two work, it's like, right? They generalize this. It didn't crash, guess what? Should be the opposite to that. It's a reverse crash, right? So look at that. This is perplexing trend that can be attributed to a complex interplay. They're getting very sophisticated here. Interplay of economic, demographic, and market determinants. In other words, like, we still don't know what's going on, right? Today, a significant proportion of homeowners, 92% of those with mortgages enjoy rates below 6%. Look at that, right? With a lucky 62% reduction rates under 4%. As mortgage rates climb, these homeowners are opting to hold on to their properties rather than sell and risk locking in a higher mortgage rate. Consequently, this shift in homeowner behavior has reduced the volume of home sales. This is corroborated by a recent study revealing that approximately 27% of homeowners will be motivated to sell if rates descend to 5% or lower, right? Furthermore, nearly half of the homeowners surveyed would consider listing their properties if rates were to plunge to 4%. Now, why is that? These are people that are thinking about selling their property. Why would they be affected by the rate? Now, the ones that are buying something, the ones that are upsizing, I can see the concern. But if you're downsizing, should you be concerned?
Yes and no.
Well, if you're downsizing, that means you have equity. You may even have the house paid
You
off.
shouldn't be concerned with that.
Your rate neutral, it doesn't affect you, right? The question is, we're not having that conversation with that demographic.
Okay.
Because what are they saying? Everybody's waiting until the rates drop so they can put their house in the market. Well, that makes sense if you're going from a $300,000 house to a $600,000 house, right? But it doesn't make sense if you're doing it the other way around.
Right.
Because you're gonna own that second house free and clear. In most cases, the rate doesn't, even if you get a loan, it's gonna be so minute, the rate doesn't affect you, right? That it shouldn't affect you, right? Now, despite its evolving dynamics, home prices have seen only a nominal drop. The manager of S&P Case-Shiller Index predicted a peak through decline of around 5%, leaving 2% yet to be recuperated, which, whatever that means. The forecast is for by Goldman Sachs foresees that 2.2% debt in 2023 and do not anticipate a potential recovery until its interest rates start their downward journey. We can break it up. We can look at it and dissect it and make sense of it, or don't, right? Some of it doesn't make sense, right? But what are they hearing? The people that are watching, that are reading the news. They don't know, they're confused. They just read the headline. Reverse fact. We just need to know what the hell is going to happen. We can't tell you, you know? We try, but it doesn't work. Because this is, and again, the only thing, not the only thing, but the main thing you guys need to watch is the inventory and the demand. If that continues this way, the rates, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but the pricing is going to continue to go up. The rate at which it goes up may change, but it's going to continue to go up. That's just the bottom line. And in some areas, Sandy, in the 3 listings that you took, which are primarily the same area, right?
Yeah, 2 and 21 and, yeah.
Multiple offers in all of them?
Yes.
How many offers on average?
5 on one, 4 on one, 8 on another.
Okay, so if you look at it from that perspective, what kind of market are we in? Still a seller's market, right? So let me ask you this, how many more sellers in those same areas need to know that information?
Hopefully, all of them.
Right? So, and in most cases, were they upsizing or downsizing or staying around the same price?
One had already purchased to downsize. One was moving closer to kids, but not really downsizing, but they were somewhat interest rate neutral, like you talked about, because they owned their house free and clear. They were just gonna get a very small loan just to cover the gap. And one was, moving in with her parents, and basically now gonna take the money that they made, the gains they made on that house, and buy a smaller house in Rome.
Okay, so they're.
They were all somewhat in interest rate.
Interesting, right? So in other words, to those people, and there's a ton of them, right? Not all of them, but there's a ton of those. The rates really don't happen,
Not for the sellers, at least, yeah.
No, not for the seller.
Clearly not for the buyers, because look at that.
There's this fact that I've been talking about, 33% of people that should be selling because of their life changes are not doing so because they don't think they're gonna get top dollar for the property.
Yeah,
Right? You got all this on all of those, right?
yeah. One of them 50,000 over.
One divide a price.
And that, one of them 50,000 over that we were even concerned about the list price, and evidently that was not a concern.
Jan, share with the group, we were recently took a listing, right? Now, what's the lesson from your listing?
Don't overprice it, but
Don't overprice it, but if you have to do that, we kind of have to do that, right?
Right, I didn't let it go. At the end of the first week, I had a conversation.
We had a plan.
Yes.
And what was the plan?
Reduce it,
By when?
by as soon as possible.
Right? If we
Before the
did-
next week.
what was the premise under which we were gonna be reducing the pricing? If we get no showings. No offers because we didn't get any showings, right?
Right.
We gotta talk about pricing. If we get showings, right, and it's not because everybody wants your house, it's because there are no houses, right? That's right, so you get the showings. And we get no offers, that means the market is saying, we don't wanna pay the price. Keep the house, but not that cheap, right?
Yes, and that was the general feedback. I'd say 95%.
Now, percentage wise, how much did we lower that price?
I'm not doing percent, I lowered it 45,000. I'm not.
It was 7.
Yeah, I'm not playing. I mean, that was the price it should have been.
How much was it?
Yeah, I lowered it.
No, how much was it?
729.9, and we
lowered
closed it at 85.
So $45,000.
It went under contract.
We're
in a few
looking at
days.
about 10%. 10% would have been 70,000 or so, right? So we're looking at about 5%. That's just a 5% adjustment in price.
That's really not that bad.
No, not at all.
At Chartmasters, that's what Leslie and Andy always say, if you make a 5% adjustment, you'll get what you're looking for.
Exactly, right? And that's what we did, and guess what happened? Share with the group, please.
It went under contract, and we did get.
And we get one offers, right?
And in fact, I still have one that's bugging the crap out of me, going, we'll pay 10 grand over it, like, you know, is there any way you can push that deal out of the way? And I'm like, no, we're gonna have to do diligence, it's still want to close.
Right.
Okay, what?
So the reason, and I don't want this to sound eclectic or anything, the reason I'm bringing this up is we must have those conversations. You must make it a point when you reach out to your clients, to your pipeline, potential clients, database, I don't care what you want to call it. What do we need to insist on? When can we do a one-on-one? I have to run a few things by you that I think are important, and I need you to help spread the word. I mean, I'm getting to the point where we have to insist. It's not call me when you're ready, or I'm here for you, you know, whatever your housing needs are, I mean, that's fine, that works in a different market. In this market, we need to actually say, we need to talk about it. I need to tell you exactly what's going on, and I need you to help spread the word. Because a lot of people are not doing what they're supposed to be doing because they don't understand all this information that is coming their way. Now, what did I tell you last time about the business? This being halftime, the rest of the year, what do we need to do, double up, et cetera, right? Let me show you. This is an agent from the other office that actually coaches with Tom Ferry, if you guys haven't heard of it, right? Well, she's gonna be coaching with us now. And she sent me something, and I said, what are you sending me? She said, oh, I just want you to show you what Tom Ferry is talking about. The funny thing is that you told me the same thing a couple of weeks before, right? So I just want to show you that. So I'm doing a compilation of different things that other coaching programs are saying. So this is a letter from Tom Ferry to this agent. I guess because told them they were going to terminate the agreement, and she was going to be doing something else, just coming to coach with our coaching group, right? Imagine if the biggest problem in real estate today is a lack of inventory. Okay, there's simply less of it, making it harder to find. That means that your biggest problem today is that there's only one of you, even if you're running a team. You need to be making more calls, going on more appointments, shooting more content, and giving more of yourself if you want to list the same number of homes as you did in the past. Right now, you need to find the omnipresent, multiverse you. In other words, get off your butt, that's what I'm saying. It is your choice to either suffer and complain about the market or use this as the time to find your superpowers. It is where greatness is built. Not to take anything away from Tom, I like Tom a lot. I actually like the father a lot more because that's what I need, 20 years ago. But they're not telling you anything different. Right? It's the same thing. What we do doesn't change. The rate of change. The number of people that are buying, the number of people that are selling changes, right? But what we do, the mechanics of it is the same thing. Right? So how do we do it? How do we put that in perspective? And not just in perspective, but into practice. What does that mean in your business, Andy? To double up, triple up. What does that mean?
I mean, that's exactly what he said there, make more calls, go on more appointments, more. Probably at least double.
So how many calls is that? I'm just asking.
Well, if my goal was 25, it's 50.
Right? Now, how many open houses are we gonna hold? We held one a month or two a month. This might be the time to start holding one every week, right? And insisted on, let me hold it Saturday and Sunday for you, right? And not just holding the open house, because when you hold it, I don't know if this has happened to any of you, I don't know about you, Jan, but if you stay long enough in this business, at some point, builders will call you when the market changes. They need help. Then they say, oh, the people that we have are not cutting, we need the people that are experienced. So through the years, I was offered many times to sit at a new construction site. And I always turned it down. I was like, oh, I don't know, that's boring, right? If the appeal was, well, then they come to you. You don't have to be looking for them, they come to you, right? I said, okay, yeah, but if I'm around the corner from my house, and then you want to send me to Ballpark. I'm the one, I have a family member that does that. He messes up everything housing that he does, whether he buys or rents to be close to the work site, it's only a year or 2 years, and they just gotta go. And they're putting it in different locations and complete opposite map, right? But I always said, I still like what I do. I still like, talking to my clients, getting my own clients, not being tied to one particular place. But I don't have it. At some point, that's gonna take place. And you can be flattered, or you can look at it and consider it. It's just, it is a different animal, right? But bottom line is this. You don't want to be reactive with the market, especially with this market. You want to be proactive, right? Why am I saying that? David McEachern is still gonna sell properties the rest of the year, right? Mona is still gonna list and sell properties. Harry still gonna list and sell properties. All of them are still gonna do fine. Why? Because they're being proactive. You don't see it, right? It's like the swans, the ducks, swimming, right? You see grace. Very slowly moving and they're going this and doing that, but you don't see all the paddling beneath the water, right? They are, and I've been talking to some of them, and they are doing a lot more this. Hey, Erin, how are you?
Yeah.
A lot more this year than they have been doing in the last 2.5 years, right? So I wanted to take advantage of the market, and I wanted to take advantage of not just what the market throws at you, but the potential that is there, right? Aaron, help me out here. And we're gonna. The rate's gonna be in 6 months.
What are the rates gonna be?
Come on, you know.
Let me get my magic 8 ball out.
Yeah, no,
We don't have, correct.
okay, so let me ask you this, what is cooking who doesn't know Aaron? Introduce Aaron.
I'm Erin G. Armin with Shelter, well, Onward, whatever. With the mortgage, she was just asking. I'm officially moving from Shelter to Onward tomorrow, so. But I joined Matt Hunter last month in this office, so I've been in the industry since 2013, been with Shelter, been in another office for most of that time. But I live in Swanee and when this.
And you've been in the business how long?
10 years,
10 years.
2013, yes.
Now, is the business any different than 10 years ago?
You know, it's always changing, so definitely, yeah, I mean, I would say it is, rates were a lot different, people's outlook because of that were different, but no, I mean, the basics are still the same, people need to buy, people need to.
The basic reasons why people weren't buying, because that makes it 2013, right?
Yep.
And we were trying to drum up buyers, which people did not want to buy.
Yeah, so that was different. So back in 2013, there was a lot more inventory and not as many buyers. Either they couldn't qualify because they had short sold or foreclosed a house before, they lost a job. You know, we were coming out of that recession, which is the opposite of where we are today in the market. You know, some people will call this a tough market too, but it's almost opposite because back then we had tons of inventory that flooded the market. Obviously, that's what had affected pricing to go down, which is why we're not seeing that this time because we don't have tons of inventory. But you know, we had people that lost their jobs. Right now, the reason, you know, we're not seeing the rates come down a little bit like we were sort of expecting is because that the labor market is still going strong. People are not losing their jobs. So, and we've got people that own homes that have tons of equity versus 10 years ago, the people were upside down on homes, which is why they were getting foreclosed and flooding the market. So there are a lot of differences. But at the same time, you've still got people that are first-time buyers that are ready to get in. You've got people that are getting married or divorced or having kids and need to. 5 Ds. The 5 Ds, yeah, that they still need, there are still people that do need to move. It's just, you know, it's a different reason. They might not be losing their housing, you know, so. Yeah, it was different when I started.
Exactly, but even though the reasons are different, what the protection is the same. It's not a good time for me to buy, right? I don't need to be, because when is the prices beginning to drop, right? Now, I can promise you, and I call everybody. Let's buy a house. I mean, you're gonna get, if you don't own your house, you need to own a house. If you already own your house, let's look at some investment property. And they wouldn't have it. The answer was the market gets better. And I literally would look at them and say, so you wanna pay more money? I mean,
Or when is that?
Exactly, right? It's the same conversation, just different perspective this time, right? People are afraid because in that case, because the prices were gonna continue to drop, we didn't know that, right? People are afraid.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of more than one house.
But if you fast forward another 10 years, hopefully you're not still in the business, right? Fast forward 10 years from now, are we gonna be having the same conversation? Remember when you get bought, just wait for $700,000. Right?
2 million.
No, 2 million, yeah. Yeah, because I had a lot of buyers back then that said, oh, the market's too bad, people are losing their homes. I'm afraid. Fast forward 2 years, why didn't you tell me to buy? I'm having to pay more money. I'm like, I mean, it's every market, whether it's the rate, it's the pricing, it's the same conversation, just a little different, yeah.
But like I said, we're not just talking about doubling up your efforts. We were reading a letter from Tom Ferry to somebody that's leading the program, and he's coming to join our program in the other office. And probably generic, right? But look at what it says. You need to be making more calls, going more appointments, shooting more content. The funny thing, and the reason this agent showed me that is because she said, That's exactly what you were saying 2 weeks ago before they sent this,
Yeah.
this thing out. And again, you know, nothing against Tom, I like Tom a lot, but we're all telling you the same thing, right? What I want you to do, it's not just double up like I was telling you, it's be more persistent. We have to talk. I have to tell you what's going on. I don't care if you list the house or if you buy or don't buy, I need to give you this information. Because most people don't know what's happening. Let me share, this is important, right? If you do that, how many more appointments are you gonna go on? Now, don't be rude, right? Don't try to sell them stuff, but have them hear you out. Let me explain to you what's going on, right? How many people are in a position where they could sell their property because they have to, not because of the rates, not because of the opportunity or this, that, and the other? We'll give it, maybe as an example. She just sold her house. She paid the money, I believe. She had to wait for the house. We had a live change. She's moving back to her family. And that was gonna happen. The market is up, the market is down, the rates are up, the rates are down. It didn't matter.
She's probably gonna buy something.
And she probably will, right?
Think about a market that people are still not kind of tapped into. I think about it because I'm there as baby boomers, our parents. Those parents have to go into communities, you know, retirement homes or whatever. They have to downsize. You know, there's a huge market there. And I've kind of done some in the last few years, including, you know, my own in-laws and parents. That's just part of life. And that's where we are. And it's always going to be part of everybody's generation because it's always going to happen. Those people have to move. They don't care what the rate is. They have to sell or whatever, you know, they've got to do it. So that market's out there. And you don't know. Think about your friends. Who has aging parents?
Right? So, Erin, so I asked you when you first sat down, what were the rates gonna be in the next 6 months? We don't know that, right? That's the answer. However, what are we doing in industry-wide? What's cooking in your lab with shelter, with homework, as far as this is what we see, not necessarily to get the rate, but to come up with products that fill the void that we have in the market. So what's cooking? What's not available there that is coming?
You know, there's that we haven't already talked about.
That we haven't already talked about. Anything, talk about any new products. Even Vision Talk.
Yeah, I know it's not a new product, but they've kind of revised some pricing and made it a little bit better on our Smart Fest product. If y'all aren't familiar with that. This is a great investment loan. And it used to be only for seasoned investors, which really was kind of loose anyway, as long as you've had a rental property, even if you've had one in your life, that would count. But what this product is, it's a DSCR, so a debt service coverage ratio loan, meaning no income docs. We're not calculating a DTI. We are looking at the principal, the PITI payment, the proposed payment for the property. So say they've identified a property, they want to buy it, it's an investment property. And we, we run some numbers. Okay, it looks like the payment on that is going to be about $3,000 a month, all in taxes, insurance, principal, income. As long as the anticipated incoming rent for that property every month is greater than that would be a debt service ratio of 1, meaning the cost is $3,000 a month. As long as you're getting, $3,100 a month in rent, then that would qualify because you're getting in more. It's covering the debt. Does that make sense? So this is for investors who maybe they got complicated, maybe they own tons of rental properties. So doing a conventional investment loan is difficult, or they own too many to do that. Or we don't want to, they're like, I don't want to go through the tax returns and all that stuff, or I'm self-employed, or I own a bunch of rental property in my LLC, and that's what I do. And I show a lot of losses. Any of those reasons are great for them kind of a loan if they're looking for investment properties, because we don't have to do any of that. We're basically looking at assets, making sure they've got the assets required to make the purchase, but then there's also going to be reserve requirements, because again, these are investment loans. So depending on how many other properties they have, that will determine how much we need in reserves.
So who's the perfect candidate?
A perfect candidate for this is someone who is looking for investment properties, someone who is already an investor, or someone who's wanting to do their first investment, because now it will allow a first timer. Now, the debt service ratio for a first timer is a little bit higher, it's 1.25. So basically, they want a little more, you know, but if it's a good deal and, you know, it's, hey, we're gonna, you know, make plenty of money monthly on this property, that would work for you. So self-employed people who want to buy investment properties, great loan for them. So they've improved their pricing a little bit. These are part of the portfolio loans. So again, they're going to be a little bit higher rate than just a standard conventional Fannie Freddie investment loan. But they're much, much easier to get. They're really fast to do. You know, if you've got investors, you're dealing with cash, you know, you're going against cash. So if you've got an investor who's not wanting to pay cash, this is a great option because we're looking at assets, we're pulling credit to see the credit score and housing history, and then we're doing an appraisal.
So the purpose of the loan is mainly, don't worry about the rate, because what we're looking to do is get you to a property that cash flows and pays for the allocation, right?
Exactly, yep. Exactly. So that's one that I love, and that's a great product. Let's see, SmartVest. It's called SmartVest, yeah. So Smart Series is our portfolio suite. So that's gonna have the SmartVest, which is that loan we just talked about. It's gonna have the Smart Self, which is the bank statement loan. So that's not a new one, but it's a good one to know that we have for you guys. So this is for your self-employed people. And let me be clear, self-employed meaning they do have tax returns, they are documenting their income, but this is the best person for this is someone who has a lot of write-offs. So they're making good money, but on paper, they're showing way less than they're actually making. So it's not like, oh, they deal in cash, so they're not documenting it. That's not what this is for. This is, hey, I do have tax returns, my income is on there, but you know, I may be making 200 grand a year, but I'm writing off 150, which, you know, in essence means when I look at it for a mortgage, I can only give you credit for the 50 that you're not using as expenses, right? So this is for someone we're then getting bank statements. So instead of tax returns, like don't put their tax returns on the file, we don't want to see those. We're getting 12 or 24 months, depending on what they want to do, of business bank statements, and we're cash flow. We're qualifying them and calculating income on their cash flow that's coming in their bank statement.
Keyword being business.
Business, yes. Now you can, I'll say that with a little asterisk. We can use personal bank statements for this if they don't have business accounts or they run it through their personal. It is much, much more difficult. Because anything coming in a personal, if you've got a bank statement that's business, all the deposits are business. Like I don't have to go through and, you know, verify that this is a business deposit, this is a business deposit. If you have a personal account, every deposit is not business. So we've got to actually prove that these are business deposits. That can be very, very daunting for the client and just, you know, trying to get it, you know, if we can't confirm somehow a document that's a business, we can't use it as a deposit. So business bank statements are 1,000 times better. And I have this conversation with clients too, or, you know, if they're newly in business or something like, hey, just have a business account. It will make their life easier on many levels, but especially if they're looking to buy properties later.
And I think there was a revision to one of your first time home buyer products, right? That it was income driven.
There's the Borrow Smart first time home buyer products, and that's the one that it has a higher income limit. So a lot of the first time home buyer programs out there are going to max out, cap your income, usually around 70 to 80 some thousand, usually over 90,000.
What's the one that's 1.5?
That's the Smart, the Borrow Smart. So that will go to 144,000.
It's dependent on the market, right?
Yeah, it is, but pretty much Metro Atlanta, unless you're pretty far out, anything in this, you know, if you're in Peachtree Corners, you're good. If you're anywhere in the Metro Atlanta area, it's pretty much gonna be fine. So it does have the higher income limit, which is great. It has lower than market interest rates. So again, this is a conventional loan, but it's the rates are a little bit better, the PMI is a little bit better, those rates are better, and they give free grand source clothing. So it's a great loan and it's not a separate program, so it's just all in-house and you can close that just as fast as
And
anything.
that one has the capability of, if the rates drop, we can refinance and at a lower cost or no cost.
That's all of our stuff. So when we close loans with someone now, you know, knowing that rates are on the higher side than they've been, people are, you know, hesitant with that, you know, that's one of the objections I'm sure y'all are seeing. You know, we're looking at saying, hey, we're pretty sure rates are gonna be lower in the next couple of years. Whenever the inflation really finally consistently starts showing, the data starts showing it coming down, things like that. We will see mortgage rates, you know, pull back a little bit. We don't know exactly when that is. A year ago, we thought it would be probably happening by now. It's not. Data keeps coming in pretty strong for the labor market, the jobs and all that kind of stuff. So once we see that finally soften, that's when we'll see rates start to, you know, pull back a little bit. So with all that said, we have a program just with us in general with shelter. We close your loan this year, you know, within a couple of years, we'll refinance it with no lender fees. So whether they're conventional, whether they're FHA, doesn't matter what loan they do. It can be a jumbo loan, whatever, but we're not gonna charge them any fees on our end to refinance them to a lower rate once those rates do drop.
When did that program start? Or did it start?
Last year.
Do you know when? Like anybody that originated a loan?
Anyone that originated with us pretty much last year. And here's the thing, like, any of my clients from last year, any of Matt's, any of our people, if they did that with us last year, it came out, I'm pretty sure it came out early in the year last year. You know, we're gonna go ahead and we're not honor it. You know, if they come next year and it's like, hey, rates are lower, and we've got, you know, obviously we've got them in our database and we can watch rates. So when rates do start to move, you know, we'll be able to constantly be looking at that and say, okay, this is a good time for, you know, these people based on what their rates are. You know, we'll be reaching out to them as well to say, hey, here's what your rate is, here's what it is now, you know, do you want to look at this? The other thing too is that we service, I want to say the number is like 96% of all of our conventional loans, and most of all of our other loans, not jumbos go to banks, those are bank products, but, and the cool part is that when we service it, so if we closed them last year and say next year rates are better, and we're like, hey, okay, yep, let's do a refi. You know, we run the numbers, it all makes sense, it's gonna be great for them, we're not gonna charge any of our lender fees. We'll also look at it, and as long as nothing's changed in their title, if they didn't do any quick claim deeds, if no one changed their names, and we've got the same people refining the same names as the people that closed the loan originally, we can also give them a big break on what's called intangible tax. So as long as the names are the same on the refi, and if you're being serviced by the same lender that did your loan, so those are the two requirements there. So intangible tax is a percentage of loan amount. So I would say I'm guessing here, because I don't remember the exact formula, but say they've got a $300,000 loan. Their intangible tax might be $1,000 to $1,200-ish, somewhere in that range. So when we go to refi them, same lender, we still service, same people, same names. That intangible tax, instead of being that percentage on the entire loan amount, is gonna only be applied to the difference in the loan amount on our new loan and the loan we're paid off. So say it's, you know, $5,000 difference, you know, now their intangible tax instead of being $1,000 might be, you know, 26. So that's another big savings for people. So once you get rid of that, you get rid of lender fees. They obviously don't have to buy owner's title insurance again. If they've got that carries over. You know, the fees are drastically reduced. So, you know, use that to not only to, you know, try to obviously help them want to talk to your preferred lenders, but also to say, hey, you know, overcome that rate objection. Yes, they're, you know, high sixes right now, but in a couple years, you will very likely have an opportunity to refinance. And house values, because of inventory, they're not going down. So in 2 years, you'll be in that house. You can now refinance and get that lower rate rather than waiting 2 years to buy. You'll still get that rate when it's there. But now you don't have to go through the whole competition, paying more for your house, and you realize appreciation for 2 years. So.
Yeah, and refinancing may actually even lower that payment.
Oh, yeah.
More so because you may get rid of mortgage insurance.
Exactly, yeah, because you're looking at your refinancing, so, you know, we're doing another value, an appraisal or a desktop or whatever the case is at that point for the refi. But yeah, exactly. So if you've got appreciation coupled with paying on it, depending on, you know, how much you put down. Yeah, we might also be able to get them on a PMI, or if they're FHA buyers now, for some reason, or there's a credit reason or something that's the best way, again, you know, once they go to refi, we'll look and see if we can get you a conventional, get them out PMI or whatever that looks like. So, but either way, all of those things apply in their lender fees. And if we're servicing their loan and nothing's changed with them, less than 10.
So let me ask you this, how many people, and I'm talking about sellers, I'm talking about buyers, who hear this information? Everybody, right? So what I want you to do again, it's not just double up, you know, if you're making 35, most like 50. I mean, anybody's telling you that, right? Be persistent. I have shared some information with you when it's a good time, when we have call, right? And even if they're not in the market for whatever reason, they need to pass that information, help me spread this information because it's that important. And it's gonna make a difference in your business, right?
Yeah, and if you know, just from the point of view that if some of that is, you don't feel like you can say all of that, or, you know, the market, the rates and things like that, you know, some people don't feel like they're knowledgeable enough or have a big enough grasp to really answer a lot of questions, like use us as resources. I mean, really, it doesn't, you don't have to send people to us only right when they're ready to apply or they find a house. I mean, if you've got someone that you're having conversations with and they're like, well, I just have questions, or I don't know, I'm not sure if I feel like man, you know, just use us as a resource, be like, you know what, would you, I've got a person, you know, call Erin, she can explain, she can explain what the rates are doing, you know, let us be that voice for you in those things, so you guys can, you know, talk about what you know really well.
Especially those that are having a hurry.
Yeah.
But you let me know when a good deal shows up. Let's get you ready. So
Yeah.
when the deal does show up, because it could or not,
You're all set.
you don't have to worry about it. We don't have to say, well, let's go find out if you can actually buy this, right? So use the report. Have the conversation.
Yeah, and just like you guys, you know, you're trying to build your pipeline for 3 months from now, 6 months from now, 9 months from now, 12 months, you know, not everyone you call is ready to go house hunting with you next weekend. So I mean, the same is true for us, you know, we're happy to talk to people who are like, well, you know, I don't know, I might be signing another lease, I don't know, I might be able to qualify, I don't know if I can. Okay, well, let's have a conversation, let's just go through the pre-approval process. I really tell people, it's just as much to get pre-approved as it is just an information gathering session for them. You know, let's like, if you're not sure if you qualify, let's see where you stand. Then we can talk through it. I can look at your credit. We can look and say, okay, maybe you're not ready right now. Go ahead and sign your lease for another year. And here's your plan of attack. So that in 9 months, you know, a few months before that lease is up, let's get you, you know, let's do this again, get you ready. Then, you know, you can call your agent. Now you're ready. But you know what you have to do, and you can prepare and be in a really good place when the time is right, if now is not that time. We are happy to have those conversations and have those clients, you know, that we're checking in with throughout the next year, ready for next year, so. Yeah. Yeah.
And I know we're late, so let's go to lunch. I'll be back for,
Yeah.
The table's ready.
So let me know, Ashley.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I think she needs to my role and I can see that.
Oh, no, see, the dinner.
I'm seeing the brave Verlander. Because what that is, but that's like after. I hear that type of brain.
They got sugar and they got. They're just building. Because Berlin has been really long, they never got to be healthy. Scherzer gonna throw some of his arm balls off, and he's not gonna be good to play.
Don't mind if they overspend and get rid of all their.
Really worried about the range as much as.
No.
Good.
They do, but we can do them rather nicely. But not the,
You've done pretty well again. Top team.
yeah, yeah. The A's, the White Sox, that's the ones we. So,
Like to beat up on the birds. Right.
absolutely, absolutely.
For me to take the other top of the division, but then in the fun. I'm not worried about it all.
I know you can always use pitching, but I think we need a left field. We need because we're the free coming back, Elders coming back into his own.
Yeah, you look great.
You know,
I'm worried about the playoff. I just don't know.
he's gonna pitch more than like, I think 130 some innings.
He's gotta be,
So he's got to be.
I'm wondering how he's gonna do that with that one.
Wright will show back up and be the Colorado opponent
Yeah.
when he starts to fall in Colorado because he's been off. You know, take a little bit for free to come back in the floor. I hope not to strike like he did last year.
He's been concerned about that all year.
Well,
I think he took a couple of miles per hour off of his pitches. Because now he was sitting 94 to 96. Remember, the pitching coach came out, Kevin Granite, yeah, and was like, "Oh, you do it," and that's when he kind of started tossing a little harder.
Yeah.
And he said, he's like, "I gotta get the head out."
so I'll go more like Eric because you never know.
I mean, what we won the World Series, we had 2 starters. We were just like piecing together the rest. We had a bullpen game
Yeah.
in the World Series.
Exactly.
I
And
mean,
that's why because Snip uses the bullpen, like the one good thing about the World Series here was you could always count on Max and Charlie to go. These guys we can run. And we lost to the Dodgers in the UCS. Our bullpen for
Elders-
innings.
Elder's gone the furthest out of anybody.
Elders don't, yeah, and but we need
It's
to,
fun to watch a finesse pitcher again. But we don't get to see that at all anymore.
yeah, yeah.
And you just don't, you look up and it's like, it's the 7th inning, he's still in there.
When they're going, that's what we need, like, we need, Charlie can give you 6, it'll be a long, hard 6.
Oh, yeah.
But Charlie will give you 6, he'll even give you 7. Max will give you 7 or 8, if Elder can continue to give you 7 or 8.
Grider in the 7th inning, I think his ERA is like a 14.
Yeah, that he goes, just like that. Like, once somebody
That
taps,
home run start flowing.
once that first person taps it, you need to go pull it right now. You know, so.
Yeah, I'm wondering if they'll have a quick noose or a quick yank on him on the playoffs, man. That doesn't happen.
Once he gets in, it's unhittable until he gets it. And once he gets his, it's game over. It's game over. So that's why I don't know. Do you need another? Of course, you always need another. You can never have enough pitcher.
Yeah.
But I mean, we need a left field.
The problem is we just don't know what's coming back, how it's gonna be.
If Jesse comes back, because Jesse's 40, you know, like you never know.
I'm worried that he's had so much time off that he's not gonna be the same Jesse.
Yes, like I say, he's 40, you know, so you never know.
I feel like Colin McHugh is not gonna make the playoffs.
Yeah, because Dan said.
The key plays. He just got mentored back.
Yeah.
So that's
He was
going
good last.
maybe that'll pull the strong off in the queue. you know, McHugh Tomlin, man, we just McHugh Tomlin.
Tomlin gets a lot of work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're gonna use them up. I might not, but I'll see you later. Good to see you. Yeah. That's awesome.
Fantastic girl.
That's great.
There we go. That's Jan Street.
She had a lot of interest.
Somewhere.
But yeah, I'm excited. I feel like Tomlin might end up just, they just use the innings out and then let them go.
And I'll make Thursday, 11.
Well, I mean, it was funny because when Steve Ford was out there, I was, you know, all good. Not for either. They just said. Well, no, he was a shortstop. So, yeah, he's really started. Who knows what it's a roll good. Comes, so, you know, but I think, I don't know. Second trying to make the change.
Yeah, I think they've done a good job of getting a shot. Very fast. It was they also, I need a baseball player to start on.
Absolutely. Figure it out.
Could be a good.
He might be a good trade.
Yeah.
Which is probably why they didn't give him a shot.
I think you and lunch today. I'm not, no, are you coming back at one or? Yeah, I'm gonna be here, Was there a group that went? Yeah, they just went over there, they're doing a lot, yeah, the same place that went. Okay. All right. Where's the base? Yeah, I was wondering. Yeah, when you walk out the back doors, like, not against her, but go over the forum, on the left side, you go there, and it's about this and all. Okay. I have three emails I went to apply and, I thought that's not all good. Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Bye, Christy. Bye. Good luck. Thank you. I'm sitting on my phone.
Are you okay? Come in.
네, 네, 권순익입니다. 예. 집사님, 네, 정말 죄송한데, 그 왜 나한테 이야기했는 분 있잖아요. 그 샤나 신씨라는 분. 그분, 어제 이제 집을 보고, 그분이 나를 제대로 못 믿는 것 같더라고요. 그래가지고, 이미 또 저 일을 하고 있는 에이전트가 하나 있고, 그래가지고, 그분하고 일을 하시는 게 좋겠다고 내가, 그분한테, 이야기를 했고, 우선은 알려드려야 되는 것 같아가지고, 한번 했어요. 예, 그렇게 보이죠. 왜, 부동산은 이제 집사님이나 우리 같이 서로 믿을 수 있는 분들하고 일을 하는 게 편해요. 그게 아니고, 좀 신뢰를 못하는 거라 일하는 우리도 힘들고, 또 본인도 힘들고 이래가지고, 그래서 내가, 잘 이야기하고, 뭐 필요한 거 있으면 연락주시라고 이렇게 했어요. 네, 그래요. 고맙습니다. 네, 네, 네.
Yeah. Trying to.
Hey. Hello. Hey, girl. Hey. I'm doing. Is it one here? It is. Really? Today, yeah. It's a 3570 Sunflowers Drive, if you wanna look at it. This is the training group.
Okay.
3570 Sunflower Drive. Beaufort. 30519. There it is. Below that. Oh, yeah. Oh, very weird. Yeah. Executive teacher, I'm all around, check everything, let me know. Where are you now? Are you at the computer? I'm over there, but I just, because I was waiting for her, but in a few minutes, I wanna go to the computer. Okay. Well, let's go to the computer right now.
Okay.
So. Told me that he, my first time was.
Come check us out.
I can hear it through the room, and I finished, making it.
I love it. Well, good to see, nice to meet you as well.
원장님, 네, 안녕하세요. 네, 말씀 감사합니다. 지금 뭐 원장님 시간을 언제쯤 내실 수 있을까요? 이게 아니 보시 너무 오늘 시간 괜찮으세요? 안 내일 갈까요? 괜찮아요? 내가 지금 오후에 시간을 조금 좀 빠져야겠는데 내일 시간 괜찮으세요? 그럴라? 그럼 내일 뵙고 제가 안내해 드리는 거 할게요. 예. 네, 뵙겠습니다. 감사합니다.
How are you? From here. Where are you going from? What are you going from? I am the one taking care of the children, so that's why, how can I help you? Not at that moment, because there are all the changes that we have, what are you offering? I can understand what I'm here to get one. Okay, so you can email us at USA. At
Wow, what's that?
double with the brand, that's copy. Of course, it's B as a dog, A as an apple, B as a boy, O as an Oscar. B as Victor, period. Hobby as the drink, CO and that. Yes, that's all. Yes. No other examples. No, there is some that mistake. No, that's what, there is no other example. Yes, my name is Juliana, it's ULYANA. UL is Lima, Y is Yellow, A and A. Yes. Yes, correct. Okay, thank you so much, and I will give you one time. All right, thank you so much. You too.
Okay.
How are you? How about you here this morning? What, the 11th? No, that's pretty good. What about the? I was here at 11. They were talking about like the beach trades, how they're like going down for the past 20 years. That's the reason why I have violence going back. Practice that.
Think your message. Four, zero, four, four, three, zero,
We are, I mean, like, well, it's better than renting though.
Yes, President,
Renting is like, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
It's like, if you can afford $3,000 a month, you will get a house for $3,000 a month. How you gonna live?
Well, where can you find like even rent in the hundreds, you like thousands of dollars, like.
Oh, do you have a kitchen inside?
Yeah, it's not a kitchen, but it's a fridge, microwave.
On the upstairs? there?
No, right here,
That is here. Like,
Upstairs?
go straight
In your
to the
left-
left side.
right here.
Here?
No, keep go straight, the last door.
Last door on the left.
No, go straight
Go
first.
straight, and the door there.
Very cool.
Yeah, that's it, that's no kitchen.
Yeah, that's what it is.
We have a upstairs?
No. Yeah. Not, it's one of my, why did we get? I want to do I did something called. Mortgage, new That's good about Royal.
I need to go and see it. First there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Located on the average 141 and Highway 20. All over the also 400. 11, 12. Come on inside, let's take a look. That's about. Wonderful. Great. About that. I think. Great. Nice to be able to be part of the family while you're. Dinner. Next. Go outside. They got a great oversized deck. In a spot. So that's. Thanks for calling. Relax, enjoy the private backyard. Before we head upstairs, yeah. Well, as we go back. For guests. Second level. Start with the master.
No.
Really oversized master bedroom.
Makes me crazy.
Plenty of room. All in on the bed and nice large. Master bath. Head on. Next bedroom. Bedroom, I've got a ceiling fan, it's great. Lots of space, closet space. Figure out this work, come on, come on.
Overruled.
Yeah.
For the listening. What is coming? I watched the video, but. Yeah, I don't know him personally. Wasn't he? No. In my owner. He's not picking up. I thought he was going on vacation. When? Even him, he didn't understand my life. So it was. What about you? I have nothing. I mean, like, I don't really force myself to do anything just because I am kind of, scared. Because I don't see the entire picture. I need to see the entire picture. And that's why I started making, I make my own buyer's guide. You did? Yeah. I'm finishing up and I'm starting with seller's guide. So you can see like what are the steps, what is the information that you need to provide, like everything needed. And once I have like a person in front of me, I'll be like, are you selling your house? Why? Listen, do you know what are the steps? Have you ever done that? Like, you can have a conversation. It's going to be much easier if I know what I'm talking about here. Because like right now, I don't know what like I can be, hey, open house, please, welcome. I'll be like amazing in an open house. I did an open house with you. Yeah, I went to an open house with another agent and I was like helping there. I was like, just please welcome in. This is how, blah, 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 explaining about the house. So if they have any questions about the neighborhood, you're providing like information about the neighborhood, everything that you have on the list. You need to know this and get the contact details. The missing part for me is like how to transfer this conversation to a friendly conversation and get this person to have like a connection with this person, like to make this person my but how I'm supposed to know how to do it if I don't have a picture. That's no, there's because like they cannot do it, and even if they do it, they're having new agents from the night every day, improving. So we have to start all over again, like every day, like in this city, well, Sandy's already 2 years here. She's having like people like she has like two or three like listens, things like that. So, I mean, like Sandy's like it's all way yeah. In Jen, like the whole lady, she was like in the business like for over 30 years, I don't know. And like he doesn't need to know what are the steps. So that's why we have. Did you start with? Did you do your post license? I did it. Okay, because like I am doing them with like Ignite. So good. So this is like what I'm waiting. I have 2 weeks right now. It started yesterday. I have 2 weeks to finish it up. And I think I can start go and do it. But, you start in 2 days a week, or, no, it could be Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Oh, so we skip, we don't have it today. We don't have it tomorrow, but we have on Thursday, so this week we have only 3 days. People or like no one told you, like no one's telling you like what is going to happen when you want. No one is like telling you and you're getting what they're making for you and you're like. And then you have to be with this you're signing up for something. I really like. But like the person that brought me here, it's like, they're always like, you are living here. So this person is supposed to be my sponsor. This person is supposed to like, follow you, say, hey, hi, I left my computer. You left my computer. Why do you have to stay with us forever? Listen, always been here. I promised you the first day I never saw you. Oh my gosh, what is this? Why does it say mango banana mint ice cream? What's that mean? This is a specialty coffee, one of the best coffees in the world. This is from Fondo Rats. It's a single origin. This is the flavor that they can taste in the coffee. Yes, this is my other name. I'm so excited. Oh, thank you. I just want to smell it. I don't want to open it yet, but I just want to open it and smell it. Everybody smell it from here. Yeah, is that blinded yet? Do you have? Okay, yeah, my mom has one, so I'm gonna wait until I'm with her. Oh, thank you so much. You. Oh, no. I'm probably gonna be, I'll at least here through the end of the week, maybe till like the 15th, so. Oh, we'll figure it out, so I'm still here for a while. Yeah, because your office is like, so empty. I know, like all my junk, all my personal junk, but I had to pack it all, because my house is sold, so I had to get everything out, so I don't have to drive it in the car with the dogs. Yeah. We did dogs. How many dogs do you have? Just 2. But one takes up the back seat and then one sits on my lap. Oh. I have to get her to sit in the seat. Yeah, put it there. Yeah. Well, keep working. I'm sorry. Totally interesting. No. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Oh, well, thank you. Oh, okay. Did you see the newspaper? Did you like it? I saw some pictures. Yes, I liked it. You're listening? Yes. No? Yes, it's up. Okay. Ready? Yeah. Are you ready? 3570. 3570 Sunflower Drive. Like SUN Sunflower Drive. Sorry, sure. And then look at the pictures, look at the description. Did you order your sign already? Yes, I did. Did you order the package or 2? Yeah, they look good. I got it. So how did you know when to pick it up? They'll get it. Or you pay for shipping or you pick it up? I pick it up. I pick it up. So they usually takes like between 7 to 10 business days, so it took 7. Did they call you? No, I called them. Then I called them. When did you order? If you order a week ago, you can call them. It's probably ready. 21st. Oh, yeah. It's ready? Yes, it should be ready. You call the next week, you can actually call. They can do asking. So you want to pick it up. The quality is good. I like it. You like it? And you know, I sent to print something for the open house. And Brian, it's a good quality. Let me show you. If you guys can use it, I like it. Let me show you. The picture is not showing a lot for it. Let me try to get it. I'm gonna do it. I like the gallery. I think this. Whoever did the use by the red ones, this one. The backyard. Oh, we have family members. Hey, Brian, he made this flyer for me. Let me see. Look the front and the back. Brian, with Diane, there. Okay, come on. I think it was $1 a piece, I'm not sure, $80, $1. So I ordered 20, because I do remember they have like this, like, extra large gatefold, that's like one like this with two, but I went with, and it's like $165, and it's $1, and what was, oh, you were here with me. No, it was like a meeting. No, I was like listening on the, okay, and I was about to text you to be like, grab stuff like, oh, why do you think? I feel like, I guess. I got your number, right? You do, you should. Yes, that's right. Oh, that's. Yeah, that's, and then I ordered the other one, it's like this type. Okay. Just listed and in the back open house. Okay. So they're gonna mail it like to, there is like 100 houses in the neighborhood. So they're gonna mail it, and that is like, that is cheap too, it's cheap, right? If they're going like no talking, well, I was in the car, I didn't remember, did you hear, but like I was in the car and I was like, questions from the public, I was like, do you have like a prices anywhere, like is it on the website, or can you send me it on the website? They do have on the website, but they don't have exact prices, they have on the business cards, but not like on the brochures. So I really like this is the sellers, the buyer's guide that they're selling, and this was $6.40, something like this. $6.40 each. But like this is information, and when you have a buyer, you can always say like, hey, let's go over the process, I will show you. You're not giving that information. And the thing that I'm gonna do is like, I will have it on a tablet, so I don't need to get it, they don't need to keep this. They can read it while we walk. Well, they can ask for it, and you can say like, yeah, but I mean, like, if you have it, this information doesn't mean you're gonna buy it something, and if you have a buyer, you still get it for me, yeah. And I went to the open house in Decatur. But this was the printout of the house that they're selling. So it's also a good thing. But I like it. I like this better. Yeah, you know, I mean, it's quite a simple printout. You know, my next sign that I print, because I did this one because I need to make money before I spend money. That's the other thing. But when I get someone. I'm gonna for my sign, the picture, I'm gonna describe because they have. Yeah, they have what's called. And what was your question? Yeah, but I had to pay this because I needed quick, and I talked to him yesterday at noon, and he already brought it. He's very good with it. He's very, very fast. So you do $21 each. And he did 20 for $1 each. $1 each. One something.
You just send him the description, that's it, right?
I sent him the picture and I copy and pasted the description from the FMLS.
Okay.
So he's working.
Yeah, this is free lunch.
Is it free lunch?
Well, it was, I didn't know it was free lunch. Ashley?
Oh, Ashley.
Closing attorney?
Okay. Oh, wait, is that over there?
No, we went to La Maria. Just.
Why would you get the big one?
I know, it was so funny, it's just like, I understand, you just bought my lunch and I have not even met you yet, so.
Oh.
I know, I'm Christy. Oh, I'm nice to meet you, Regina. Regina, yeah. Nice to meet you. Christy, you're real estate on. I'm not new to real estate, but I'm new here. I live in Virginia. Since 96. Yeah. I don't know, we got a love for.
Yeah.
Where were you working before? Before this, I had my own little.
Sorry, you holding the fort?
You want to, oh, you really.
Yeah, I got it.
That was a yes or no.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, so the one that I had, I really trained him. I'm sorry, I got it. I know.
So what do you think of the,
And.
maneuver?
I just want to put something like few minutes slowly, like. Chacha, que le diga a Brian ayer, ya no estaba hoy, que me encanta.
So
Tom Ferry said the same thing I tell you.
absolutely, and the first part of that, I'm gonna start using for my golden letter. That is, I'm gonna start using that for my golden letter, the first part of the biggest problem. And yeah, I'm gonna start using that for my in my golden letter.
Yes.
We have to leave the joining the CEO. And I don't know how to, but she heard me first, right? I said, just coaching with Tom Ferry. I said, I don't know, not really. Get a traction and I personally.
Don't do that.
So I kind of walked her through the market that's going on now. And she said.
I understand. See where you walk around the place.
It's like going back.
4 hours, like just like 4 hours over there and over here.
But
And
it's a
then,
real.
yeah. Or it doesn't say something like you. Ay, pero, si no me encantado, dice, he's gonna make it.
Right.
So, it's gonna be, nice, it's cheap, a good one. It is good. Oh, man, I need sponge. You did, yeah, I didn't know it was there. What, thank for our. For being in class or for? Just, we all go every week and it seems everyone just kind of picks up the tab here and there, so I got it this time. Thank you. All right, if y'all don't have a copy, then we're still on the purchase and sales. I've got a few copies up here. You have one?
I think, I was having the copy of it, my, like, 2 weeks in a row in my purse. And I missed last week to be here.
Well, I missed last week too, because I was on vacation. So
Where were you?
I was in Martha's Vineyard up in Massachusetts.
How was it?
It was so fun. We loved it.
I have friends, they were like, yeah, those work and roll programs, they
what?
work and roll. It's from.
Oh, yeah.
In Europe, we have this program, and they were like, always. Going to Martha's Vineyard.
It was beautiful. I loved it. But it's funny you say that, because like a lot of the
That's
people
why
who
I'm
were
here.
in the restaurants all had accents that were similar to yours. Mhm. So I see that, but no, I loved it. I would highly recommend going.
I have so many on my bucket list now.
If you go, stay in Edgartown.
Okay.
At Edward, Edtown. Okay. It's like, so Martha's Vineyard is an island and it's kind of split up into like 5 or 6 different towns. And then you've got the best of the towns.
Good to know.
Right now.
What?
Yes,
Oh, you gotta tell us all about that, sure.
it was so much fun. Although, I did learn that,
Apparently, I don't remember how to ride a bike very well.
Oh.
I crashed and burned. I've got like this big bruise on my thigh. My poor knee that I like scratched up in pickleball is scratched up again, so it's just gonna be a scar forever. My husband was like, I don't understand how you don't remember how to ride a bike. No, I do remember, but it's like the handles were up here and it was so far to the pedals that like.
It's just like riding a bicycle, it should just come back.
Just like right.
It didn't. But luckily, practicing, apparently I need to practice, but then I would have to like actually ride the bicycle to practice and
Which might be,
I just didn't
might be
love that.
dangerous.
Yeah,
Maybe you could get a bicycle.
if I had a tricycle, I would have been golden. But the things I did. Tough stuff. I think we're on the third page. I think we stopped before we started talking about earnest money. Everyone's super favorite. So what's the most important part of y'all's job? What do you think your most important role is? There's a bunch of copies there.
Check the buyer's earnest money.
There you go. 1 point per ton. Did you miss the points last week? So, like, yes, you want to get them into the house. Obviously, everyone knows that's a very basic description of what you guys do to help them buy, help them sell. But if you're representing a buyer, your most important, like, value you bring to the table is helping them protect that earnest money. Because if they lose it, who's the first person they're gonna look at and be upset with? It's gonna be you, as the agent. That's right. So this is a part of the contract that I would be very, very comfortable with, very, very familiar with. So page 1 is gonna talk about withholding the earnest money, how much earnest money needs to be put down, and then when that's due. And so paragraph 6 and 7 are gonna give us a little bit more detail on that information, okay? So holder of earnest money. Don't think it matters who holds the earnest money?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Who should hold the earnest money, you think?
It's us.
Yes. Is it worth losing a file over if they want the other broker or the attorney to hold the earnest?
No.
No, I would never really push on that. If you get to choose, your office prefers that Chat North is the holder. But again, don't lose a contract over. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the other broker or the closing attorney holding earnest money. Why do you think that y'all's broker likes for it to be here?
It's a dispute that they can. You have the money available and they also know that it's been deposited. And yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of responsibilities as the holder. And the holder's job is, of course, to hold the earnest money, but importantly, it's their job to say we don't have the earnest money. And so the way it works is if the earnest money is not received, then the holder gives notice. And then there's a time period for the buyer to cure. They don't, a time period for the seller to terminate, but none of those start until you receive notice that the earnest money is not received. So the other broker is the holder and they don't get the earnest money and they just never say anything. And you get all the way up until the day before closing and they say, hey, we never got earnest money. Can your seller terminate then?
No.
No, because all those time periods haven't started tolling and you spent how many weeks sitting there thinking your file is good to go. Buyer never shows up. They never got earnest money, you're SOL and your seller is unhappy. And you failed a little bit if that happens, because clearly you wouldn't have asked if they had received and deposited the earnest money. So the right question is, have you received and deposited the earnest money? If it's a check, if it's an ACH or a wire, there's no like active deposit of it. What you want to avoid is the scenario where the other agent is like, yeah, we have the earnest money. And it's sitting in my purse for the next 3 weeks. That doesn't do anybody any good, right? What you want is I've actually deposited it. So then within 2 weeks, or maybe, likely less, you'll know whether that deposit is bounced or not. So.
And there's another thing to know, which is very interesting. A lot of brokers out there, brokerages don't have an escrow account and they don't hold earnest money.
So those stages default to having the attorney hold the earnest money. What happens, Sandy, when we say we can hold earnest money if your brokerage doesn't offer that?
Right, one of my buyers there, they held their money here.
Because we offer that, we put that in the instructions, and they actually, so we were holding into the buyer started money and we're working with the seller, right? But that's an interesting position to be in. And then.
And I'm sorry, the reason was because their brokerage didn't hold them?
There are brokerages out there that don't have escrow accounts.
Oh, okay.
They're not able to hold third parties' money,
Oh, okay, okay.
right? So, but if you offer that, a lot of agents don't care who holds the earnest money, they're not the ones holding it. Yeah. If we can hold it, that's like.
The other thing about earnest money to keep in mind, I know this office prefers if they hold it here, but some attorneys will say anything over 5,000 has to be wired, and they don't care that it's coming from a broker. What the actual good funds law says, there is an exception for a broker check, so it's not that legally they can't take it, but there's nothing wrong with their firm policy to say, we're not taking any checks, period, that are over 5,000. So if you're using, again, for us, you can bring me an $80,000 check and like, it's totally fine, because if it bounces, I will walk across the hall and I will fix it, right? I know that this office is good for it. But with other firms, if you've got an $80,000 earnest money, or more realistically, a $20,000 earnest money amount, you want to talk to the attorney and say, hey, how do I get this to you so that I can use my VA for my pay at closing? Or maybe my commission is less than the $20,000 earnest money amount. So I have to bring it anyway. How can I get that? You can have that discussion, because if they want to use a firm that says, no, it's got to be wired, you might as well just let the attorney be the holder of the earnest money, so you don't have to fool with it. So just something to think about, and I don't know if you've got an opinion on that with other firms, but I have gotten calls saying they won't let me write a check.
Exactly. Exactly. So I mean, it doesn't matter who you have a relationship with, because guess what? Let's say that we had, what's the largest earnest money check that you've got from this office?
I want to say maybe $70,000.
$70,000. Some attorneys will say, wire that money, and that's an additional cost, right? You'll take a $70,000 check from this office.
Right, again, just like a broker check. If you're buying a house, you gotta wire me the money. Yeah, but from Chat North and running money check, yeah, we'll take that. Again, because we know if it bounces, it was some sort of clerical issue, right? And y'all are good for it, so it's like not a problem.
This is not, but would something of that size, would Chat North require that be wired to them, or would they actually take a check?
They will take a check, but until that clears, they're not gonna write a check.
Right.
To give to actually.
But they would take a check for that.
Exactly, so just, in other words, I don't know about a 10-day closing with that.
Right, that may have to
Yeah,
wire.
exactly. Yeah. So they may have to wire the money if that's the case, which will be, what do you call that, the earnings. And just use that, just to make sure that we have it.
But Ernest is an ACH too, isn't it?
It is.
And so on that point, for us, if we are the holder of the earnest money, getting that money from your client, we can, no matter the amount, we can take a check, an ACH or a wire. It's just if you're gonna do a check or an ACH, if it's over $5,000, we need it at least 2 weeks before you're closing. So if you're closing in 10 days, they're gonna have to wire the money because that's less than 2 weeks. And ACHs and checks have to clear, because we don't wanna close and hope for the best with your client's money, right? We need to have that money. So just keep that in mind. In this paragraph 6, it does say that the earnest money will be deposited within 5 days from it being received. So if a holder sits there with a check in their purse for 2 weeks, they failed at their job, right? They need to get that deposited. And really 5 days to me is an excessively long time. You really should be depositing it like same day, next day, because you don't want to put yourself or, anyone's clients in a position of learning 3 weeks down the line when the check comes. So it's kind of like a hot potato. As soon as you get it, you want to get it deposited. But most important in this paragraph, I think for you guys, is the last few sentences. So 1, 2, I guess that's 5 lines. So in the event any earnest money check is dishonored by the bank on which it is drawn, or it's not timely paid,
holder shall promptly give notice of the same to buyer and seller. Notice it says promptly. How many days is promptly?
The next day. It's on bottom, right? The next day.
So, yes, it's best practice, and what we aim to do is next day, but promptly is not really a defined term. So 3 days later, you might make an argument that it's prompt. A month later, I think you're gonna have a really hard time saying that's prompt, right? But kind of that middle ground, know that there's not a whole timeline assigned to the holder, but they should really be letting you know, like, the next day, maybe the day after that. I think once we get past 3 days, it's hard to say that it's prompt. But obviously, our goal is to say the next day. We don't do the same day it's due, because there's absolutely no reason to freak everyone out if the buyer's turning it in at 4 o'clock that day, right? So we're always gonna wait till the next day. But I just like to point out that it says prompt, so that nobody's calling a holder saying, hey, we're 2 days out, you failed, we're gonna sue you, blah, blah, blah. Because it's not really defined. But if that happens, from the date of notice, buyer shall have 3 banking days from the date of receiving the notice to cure the default. So banking days, notice this is one of the few places in the contract that doesn't just say days or calendar days, it's banking days. Why? Because if the buyer needs to wire the earnest money, we tell them on Friday, and then they only have Saturday, Sunday, Monday to do it. Really, we've given them 1 day to do anything. And if they already had something really important on Monday, they're kind of SOL, right? They need 3 banking days to actually give them some time to fix it. And then if they don't fix it in those 3 banking days, then the seller has 7 days, not banking days, just days, so calendar days, to terminate the contract. You don't need a bank to terminate a contract. You do need a bank to initiate some sort of monetary transfer, right? If the seller fails to terminate the agreement timely, seller's right to terminate based on the default shall be waived. So if your seller doesn't terminate in that time frame, they can no longer complain about no earnest money being received. You're moved on, you're under contract, no earnest money, period, end of story. So keep those timelines in mind. And again, most importantly, they start tolling from the date notice is given. So that's day 0. So if I give notice that there's no earnest money today, tomorrow, which is Wednesday, is day 1, Thursday's 2, Friday's 3. If it's not turned in, then Saturday is day 1 for the 7-day time period. Okay? So keep that in mind, be cognizant of it, obviously stay up to date. I think as far as y'all's broker holding the earnest money, it's really, the onus is on you guys to let them know if it wasn't received. So they'll send out the notice, but they're not looking at your contract, making sure that the earnest money was turned in. That responsibility is on you guys to make sure that your buyer gets that earnest money turned in. You represent the seller, still follow up with the broker holding it or the attorney holding it to make sure it's been turned in. Because certainly it's the holder's job to let everyone know that. But if they were gonna do it a couple days later, well, now you prompted them to go ahead and give that answer.
But when is a good time for you to let the seller, if you're representing the seller, know about this information? When we get notice from the holder that they're trying to have them received. Guess what the seller is gonna say at that time if you do that? It's terminate the contract. And then you explain to them that you cannot terminate the contract, but we have to abide by the paragraph in the contract. Guess what they're gonna be? Very upset, because they didn't realize that information. As a matter of fact, I've heard agent after agent tell the sellers, if the money is not there, we can terminate the contract. I'm like,
7 days.
correct.
In 4 days.
Oh, well, because of the 3 and then no.
The 7 days is the time frame in which they have to terminate. So
Oh,
if
they have to terminate.
7 days, then they can't terminate. I mean, not.
They can terminate, like you said, 3 days for the earnest money and the next day they can terminate.
Yeah, so between day 4 and day 10.
That's when they do.
Correct, yes. Yep. So the next, any questions on holder of earnest money? Oh, what form do you guys use if the attorney's gonna hold it?
At 1:10. All right.
F510.
5:10.
5:10.
Ah, and you
And-
said 10
And,
by 11.
yes. So what are the 2 forms?
Oh, yeah.
What do they mean? What are they
And
for?
they're both exhibit to the contract, right? No.
No. That's such a right.
No, I was like, wait a minute, no, I don't know if that one. One is an exhibit and one you have to send over to be signed by the attorney.
Right, yeah, so the F510.
They're both included in the contract, but one's.
Well, to be included.
Well, they're
in the
sent
contract,
over.
you have to be
They're sent over. I just had a contract that was sent over. I'm saying they're both sent over, but
Yeah,
only
yeah.
one is.
Both sent over, but only one's included. Just like the instructions to closing attorney is not really an exhibit to the contract, it's something that you send over to the attorney. So the F511 is where we, as the holder, consent to be the holder of the earnest money. It's not an exhibit. So make sure you're using those if the attorney is gonna be the holder. On to the next paragraph about earnest money. So the entitlement to earnest money. So this is saying, when does buyer get the earnest money? So there's 4 scenarios in which buyer will receive the earnest money. So failure of the parties to enter into a binding agreement, because on page 1, you can actually send over the earnest money with the offer. And if the seller never signs it, the buyer, of course, gets their earnest money back because there is no contract that would create any sort of obligation for the seller to get their earnest money. The second is a failure of any unexpired contingency or condition to which this agreement is subject. So like your loan contingency fails in the contingency period, the buyer terminates, they get their earnest money back per the terms of that contingency. You've got the sale or lease contingency where maybe they need to sell another property to be able to buy it. You've got your appraisal contingency in some ones. So that's what they're talking about. And you can also write in other contingencies, like maybe you have someone who really wants a pool in their backyard. So maybe you make the contract contingent upon a survey showing that a pool can in fact be installed in the backyard. If you don't get that survey showing that, or if you get the survey and you can't put a pool in, you've got a contingency, they can terminate the contract. So all of those sort of unexpired contingencies, buyer gets the earnest money back. Termination of the agreement due to default of the seller. So the seller just willy-nilly ups and decides they're gonna terminate the contract, they have no right to do it. The buyer would of course get their earnest money back. And then number 4, termination of the agreement in accordance with a specific right to terminate set forth in the agreement. So there's certain things that come up that give the buyer the right to terminate that's maybe not specifically a contingency, right? Like we get past the closing date and the buyer was ready, willing, and able to close, seller never shows. Buyer would have the right to terminate after the closing date, right? So there's a couple of things like that that can come up. So those are the ways that they actually are entitled to the earnest money. Otherwise, it shall be applied towards the purchase price of the property at closing. So, those are really kind of the only ways buyer gets the earnest money back. I'd say the only ways that encompasses a very large list of items.
Is that how we usually explain that to buyers? If I've heard over the years, many agents tell buyers, well, don't worry about it, you just, you get your money afterwards, always get it back. You get it back under this particular contingencies, right? The diligence, we terminate, pricing, we work with this type of price, we follow the protocol. Financing, if you follow the protocol as well, you get the earnest money, or like it says at the bottom of the paragraph, otherwise the earnest money shall be applied towards the purchase price of the property at closing. Right? So make sure that you walk them through that. It's not an automatic, you always get it back and nothing happens to the earnest, that's not what I've heard. Oh, nothing happens to the earnest money. Yeah, nothing happens to the earnest money if we watch the timetables that we have in the contract, right?
Right. Is there ever a scenario where there's a closing and the earnest money is not applied at closing? Like we make it to closing and we close, it's not a terminated contract or anything, but the earnest money is not applied to the purchase price. Is that possible?
Could that happen?
I just had closing where the earnest money was applied to the buyer's agent's commission. And I think he, like, it was a $30,000 earnest money, his commission was gonna be $27,000. So he wrote you guys a check for $3,000. I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but
No, that's a little bit different. That's when the agent is holding the earnest money.
The broker.
Yeah, the broker is holding the earnest money. And so what she's talking about is $27,000 commission, $30,000 for earnest money. It's kind of one of those, you can't squeeze blood out of a turnip, right? Like if you give me, if your commission's $5,000 and the earnest money is $3,000, I can give you a $2,000 check. But if the earnest money is bigger than your commission, I can't pull the earnest money out of an amount that's smaller than the earnest money. So you can bring me the 30,000, I'll give you 27, or you can just bring me 3, because that's the difference. And that's totally fine either way. It's a good thing to keep your eye on if earnest money is larger than your commission. That's not quite what I'm talking about.
What she's talking about is, when you tell buyers about earnest money, they're writing the check, or when they're gonna wire.
That he's gonna get some credit.
Then it needs to come from where?
Oh, the same,
From the bank account
Right.
that you are showing the lender. Because the lender needs to source that money. If the lender is unable to source the money, or if they borrow the money from a credit card, the lender's gonna say, what? We don't wanna see the earnest money. Eliminate it from the contract. And now we have a deal where we don't have earnest money, right? Or we're not gonna have earnest money per se. When do we wanna amend the contract to show that? But that's where she's going.
Yeah, does everyone understand the scenario that I'm talking about when there's earnest money and it doesn't get applied at closing is when the lender can't source it. So the lender says, we will not allow you, closing attorney, to show the earnest money as a credit on the settlement statement. So what that looks like is, let's say it's a $3,000 earnest money check. If we're holding it, then the buyer's cash to close is gonna be $3,000 higher than what it would have otherwise been. And then we're gonna cut the buyer a separate check for the 3,000. If you guys are holding it, we're gonna not show the credit for it on the settlement statement. And you guys are gonna independently write them a check to the buyer, a check for the earnest money. So they get it back. It's just not credited on the settlement statement, on the closing disclosure. And more or less words, the lender won't allow it. So that does come up, but
And that requires an amendment to the contract, right?
correct.
The problem is if you do the amendment too soon, 2 weeks before closing, we gave the earnest money back to the buyer and they'll close, we don't have any liquidated damages. Right?
So I would always get that signed at the closing. Because the chances of everyone coming in, signing, that being the last thing they sign, and then being like, oh, take back seat are almost zero, right? Someone who shows up and really attempts to buy the house is gonna follow through. And so I would get that signed at the closing. I've never had a lender say that's not fine. So if a lender's telling you it's not fine, I might push back on it. I might get the closing attorney to give that lender a call saying, hey, I told them to not sign an amendment yet. This is why you're putting unnecessary risk on the seller. It'll totally get signed at closing. I'll update the settlement statement. We'll go ahead and pull it off as far as the numbers so we can balance, but we're not gonna touch the contract until the closing.
So the amendment basically says they get the earnest money back.
It basically says that it's being removed
Right.
from the contract, right? And by default.
Then they have to get it back.
We have to give it back to whoever gave us it.
So the amendment is quick and easy. There is no earnest money as part of the transaction. Boom. That's it. You don't have to detail, like it'll be independently returned, any of that. It's not, it's just moving it from the contract. And so since the seller has agreed to remove it, they have no right to that earnest money anymore. So the holder by default has to give it back to the buyer. So be careful with that. There's a couple of things that lenders will require be done, but most of them are smart to wait until closing to do, depending if it has to do with earnest money or like removing a contingency or switching to FHA versus conventional. Sometimes that has to be a little bit earlier, but the longer you can wait is better for almost all of them. So disbursement of earnest money, kind of when is the holder required to disperse it? So when it closes, obviously. Subsequent written agreement of buyer and seller. So what is that talking about that we see? A subsequent written agreement of buyer and seller.
They agree what they want to do with the earnest money is
A mutual
Yeah.
termination would be one of the.
Or a unilateral termination where both sides have signed off on the earnest money portion.
Would be one.
Right, so both, it's in writing and they both signed off and it's directing us what to do with the earnest money. So that's why we asked for that in order to be able to send out the earnest money. We can also distribute it per a court order or the failure of the parties to enter into a binding agreement, obviously. Additionally, we can go the 10-day letter route. So no court order, we do have a binding agreement. There's no closing and there's no written agreement. The only other option left is for the attorney or the holder to make a call on what to do with the earnest money. So who knows what the 10 days are for earnest money? When I talk about a 10-day letter, what is that 10-day time frame for?
Why, first and foremost, why are we issuing them kind of letter? What has to happen?
Because it's not an agreement.
We don't have an agreement, right?
Correct.
The seller, the buyer is saying, give me the earnest money back, and the seller is like, no, we're not, right? And the holder then has no recourse other than to say, well, let me send a 10-day letter, tell me why you should get the earnest money. Both of the parties, right? And then based on that information, the holder will make a decision, and obviously based on the contract, you know, like what is the contract saying and indicating, why, did it happen? We recently, the one that we were having where the HOA, the seller did not disclose that the HOA, I'm sorry, that the property was in a flood zone.
Yeah.
Remember that one? Which is no grounds to terminate a contract by any means, right? We could have done it on their financing, but it was done, the appraisal was done after financing was over. It was not a legitimate reason, ethically, right?
Or contractually.
Exactly, but not a legal reason for them to get the earnest money because of that, right? We ended up sending the 10-day letter, and Ruth was telling me, she goes, I think the sellers are right, that the seller should get the earnest money. I said, I agree technically, right? But I disagree on the fact that, you know, did they know that the property was in a flood zone and have it closed, right? Can we prove that? Of course we cannot. So we argued about it and they ended up saying we'll split.
That's great.
It's a win, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
we thought that earnest money was gone.
Yeah, that's definitely a win. So the 10-day, the reason it's called a 10-day letter is because the way it works is once we as a holder realize that we're not gonna get a signed agreement, because if you send me a unilateral termination and only one side has signed the earnest money portion, I'm gonna write back saying, thank you for sending, please send me the fully signed termination when you have that. If you tell me you're not gonna get it, I'm gonna talk to both sides and try to get y'all to agree, because everybody wins when there's an agreement, rather than going the 10-day letter route. But if we just can't, as soon as I realize, okay, there's gonna be no sort of agreement here, or I'm just not getting any kind of response from the other side. What the letter says is, look at the contract. This is what, as the holder, I've decided should happen to the earnest money. I send that out to both sides. Then you have 10 days to respond, like Enrique was saying, telling me, I disagree with your opinion and here's why. If I get that information, I look it over. If you successfully change my mind, I write a new 10-day letter, again, giving the other side the opportunity to argue the point. Most of the time, there's not going to be a change in that letter. I'm not saying it's impossible, and certainly if you disagree with it, turn in some sort of argument against it. But most of the time, hopefully the holder is going to really have looked at the contract before they issue that 10-day letter. But if the mind is not changed, then they can go ahead and disperse the earnest money as stated in that letter. But that's what the 10-day time frame is. A lot of people think the attorney has, or the holder has 10 days to issue a letter from the date they realize there's not a signed agreement. And that's wrong. It's going to be much longer. I would say 30 days is more of the minimum that I would tell people. So again, if you guys can come to an agreement, that's far superior. Because again, I'm gonna go back and forth and try to get everyone on the same page before I write the 10-day letter. Because it's much better and parties feel better when they've agreed to it. Even if it's not what they want, they don't feel like something's being forced on them. They feel like they've agreed to it. The other option we have is to just interplead the funds, which means sending the earnest money to the court for the court to decide what to do with it. Note that if it's a cash transaction, for the contract, we represent the buyer, we cannot issue a 10-day letter. So if it's a cash transaction, I would highly recommend you not having the attorney be the holder, because there is no 10-day letter option. Okay, there is for a loan, because we represent the lender, so we're not representing buyer or seller, but it puts us in kind of a conflicted position to say, we're gonna look at the terms of the contract, and we either are gonna be not following the contract, or we could be kind of screwing over the person that technically we represent. So we're gonna be failing one way or the other, so we can't issue that letter. Just be careful with that. Interpleader's never a win, because the court is gonna pull the cost of that out of the earnest money. So even if your buyer wins it, all they're gonna win is what's left over after the cost to interplead has been pulled out of that amount. So what they're gonna win is a lot less.
And how much is that?
How much it is, but it's not like $50. It's gonna be, they're not gonna get any earnest money kind of thing. Anything to do with the courts is probably more like in the thousands.
Would you agree that, let's say 5,000 and less, earnest money is probably not worth the time and the effort to go?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's like an annoying process to do too. You don't want to get wrapped up in doing that. Because it's not like your client is gonna say, thank you so much for kind of helping me through the transaction, even though I sort of lost the earnest money. And now I'm gonna take it from here. They're gonna bug you to death to help them fix it. They're gonna look at you and say, you deal with it, you fix it. So you don't really want to get in the middle of that either. Some law firms I've heard just won't issue a 10-day letter, because we do have the option to issue the 10-day letter or interplead it. Some firms won't even make a call, they'll just interplead it every time. So kind of be careful on that front. For us, we're, gonna try to make a call on it. If it's incredibly unclear and it's too close, we might interplead it, but most of the time, there's a relatively clear answer. And we'll be able to issue the 10-day letter. So just keep that in mind. It talks a little bit, the other thing, which this was a change, a mid-year change on who can write the objection to the 10-day letter. Do y'all know who's able to write that? Any ideas on who can turn in an objection? Can anybody turn in an objection?
One was really hard.
Yeah.
The parties, yeah, so buyer, seller, anybody else? So maybe, but really what the contract says is any party, real estate licensee, or any other person having knowledge of or an interest in the disbursement of the earnest money may object to or provide information regarding the proposed disbursement. So I think it used to just say parties, if I'm not mistaken. They've expanded it, which actually is good, because if you're working with, let's say your seller is 95 years old, who's probably gonna be a little bit better about figuring out where the holder went wrong, knowing the contracts, getting that in writing, getting it emailed over. It's probably gonna be a lot more efficient for you to just write that than to count on your 95-year-old seller to do that, right? And there have been a lot of transactions. I think what really was driving this was with your 95-year-old seller, they probably got a, 60-year-old son, 65-year-old son or daughter or something who's helping them, right? And so that party can now write the letter and help because they're helping their parents. So,
65 definitely gets the email.
what?
Because a 65-year-old son definitely knows how to do the email.
65-year-olds you hang out with.
Apparently not once you know how to scan a seller's property disclosure back correctly.
My Grady's 92 and she does Facebook. I'm just saying.
Oh, they can all work Facebook, yes. Nothing says I'm old and hip than working Facebook.
You know what her favorite activity is? Is to sit there and read me her Facebook. And I'm like, Grady. But anyway, know that they've expanded who can actually send in the argument for the 10-day letter on there. Talks a little bit about interpleader and then a hold harmless. There's a bunch of hold harmlesses in the contract. Questions on earnest money at all?
I just realized that I have claim for on the contract and we did not close the day and we said, they said the closing day because they would solve the test. And when I read this all parties agreement, I acknowledge this contract is contingent upon a soil part test. Of course, the earnest money is, if the land doesn't pass the test, they're not going to do this is here.
Right, so the contract contingent on the soil test, it depends on how exactly that language reads, because there might be certain levels. I wouldn't just say contingent on a soil test, but if it's worded like that, I think what they're trying to say is passing a soil test. And I'm not real familiar with like the specific standards of soil tests, but basically if it fails that contingency, the buyer gets their earnest money back.
But they didn't say that. You always get me on my words. They didn't say a passing soil test. So once they had it done, the earnest money's locked in, right?
Well, it depends on the exact wording of it. I don't know that you read it verbatim.
Check it out. Get them, Lily. Hold that money, Lily.
All parties acknowledge this contract is contingent upon a soil, a perk test, a percolation test. If the soil perk test should come back after the due diligence period has ended in a condition that is not favorable to the buyer, then the contract may be terminated. Money will be returned to buyer.
All right.
I would make it a little more specific than that.
Yeah, I would probably.
It says not favorable, it doesn't say.
Yeah, favorable is a moving definition.
Oh, they put it on pink paper, that's not favorable to me, you know? So that, yeah, I don't like that, who wrote that? They did,
Buyer.
Elton Johnson or Williams. So, quick question, not to change the subject, but Georgia Dream, and I just want to give you an example, who knows about it, what is that? Dumping the system, right? If you get denied for Georgia Dream, and you terminate the financing contingency, you get your money back.
Should have already been approved before you even.
I don't know.
You have to say.
You have the loan, right? You have, and then you have Georgia Dream.
Yeah.
Right.
Class and
And
everything.
Georgia Dream gets denied, or they run out of money, or something happens. And you still have financing, and you terminate that and make that the basis for the earnest money to be returned.
Probably not, probably not.
Why?
Because in the financing contingency, one of the things it states is the buyer is, you can't terminate because the buyer can't
Lacks the
fulfill.
funds.
Yeah, can't fulfill their end of it.
Unless, under what condition can you terminate and still get the money back if you don't get approved for Georgia Dream?
If the terms of the loan change,
If you make it contingent on getting Georgia Dream, then you're told, right? So just keep that in mind.
And that's an estate.
That is, well, we'll have to make it a step, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there isn't one per se, but yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to work that in.
You have to put it there to be safe.
you have to put the contingent part.
The contingent part.
In a start.
Because see, one thing is, oh, we wish we get Georgia Dream, but if we don't have it, we still have the money, right? That's different, because if you don't get it, then you have the money. But if you say, oh, I cannot buy the property because I was counting on that money, well, we didn't make the contract contingent on your ability to get the Georgia Dream money, right? So make sure, and I don't know if we can tell you this enough, but we want to see those contracts before they get signed, right? Not actually, I mean, we'll look at it after the fact, but then if something needs to be addressed, then you have to do an amendment and everybody has to agree on that, right? So,
What are you doing before you even draft the contract? So once it's drafted but not signed, you're sending it over to, get the quality control check. But before you even draft it, what are you doing? Talking to your lender. So that's when you're gonna learn that Georgia Dream is involved, right? Because your buyers are like not always gonna know about that. I think lending in general is very confusing and abstract for most buyers. And so there's like a 50-50 shot they'll even know and understand they're using Georgia Dream. So your best place to get that information or any down payment assistance program is with the lender.
How would they not know?
No,
I don't know.
I don't know, I'm just telling you that they don't always know. And I'm basing that off the amount of times I get to closing and start talking about the Georgia Dream paperwork, and they're like, what is this? I don't understand what this is, and it happens just as much as it doesn't happen. And they don't understand it's another loan, because almost every single seller I have that has some sort of down payment assistance program has no idea that there's another security recorded. They have no idea it's another mortgage. They think it's free money. It can get forgiven, but it's not always free money.
I thought it was.
No, and so the way
It's not
I.
a dream, that's a nightmare.
The loan can get forgiven, and so that's why people think it's free money, because a lot of people don't have to pay
If
it.
they stay X amount of time,
They have
something
to
like that.
stay in the house for so long as their primary residence for so long, because they're not just willy-nilly giving money out for funsies. They're trying to help people own a home, right? So it's not your home, and then they're not interested in helping you.
They're trying to keep the people there so they can collect the taxes and get that money back.
Yeah, they want to keep them there. They want to make sure that it's actually their residence, because they don't want to give Georgia Dream for someone to live there for 6 months to rent it out. And they're like, oh, I just lived there for 6 months to meet your little qualifications. And they want to make sure it's actually someone's home, but also you have to pay your first mortgage on time for the first however many years they set up. Sometimes it's 3, sometimes it's 5, what have you. Length of time for you to live there differs between like 5 and 10. So
You see those programs getting used a lot?
I wouldn't say a lot. I think the hotter the market is for the seller, the less we see them get used. Because most sellers view those programs as a weaker buyer, whether or not that's true, that's kind of how they're viewed. Because really, it's to help with the closing costs most likely, because most of these like down payment assistance programs, they're to assist with the down payment, right? So your closing costs and all of that kind of stuff. And so the sellers are saying, okay, these people don't have the money to put down to buy the house at all, so they have to get another mortgage, therefore they're a weaker buyer. So they're not as favored with the seller. So you've got 5 offers as a seller. The first couple you're gonna throw out are the ones that mention down payment assistance, because you're gonna think, oh, my chances of closing this are lower. Which is not necessarily true, but your chances of closing it quickly are lower. So those programs take a longer time to put together.
Yeah, and that happened with the loans themselves. Forget about down payment assistance. Back, go back 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago. And for the next, 2.5 years, nobody was taking FHA loans.
Right.
EAs, very rarely, right? And that was it. And they wouldn't even tell you, no FHA, no EA, cash or conventional, and the story. Now they're back. You're close without any issues, and they're competing with the conventional. It goes back to who thinks the most money, the first more favorable, etc. Right?
Yeah, I think it only comes down to comparing when there's so many offers, because like if you have 25 offers, some of those are gonna be the same purchase price, the same seller credit. Then they start going deeper levels, saying, okay, how else can we differentiate? So we're in a place where there might be competition now, but it's not so much competition where you're having to look down all the various levels. Less.
And then one thing, regardless of what side you're on, always take a look at the termination letter. If you work with the buyer and the lender issues a termination letter before it gets presented,
Denial letter?
the denial letter, never mind. The denial letter from the lender, after you've done the termination of the contract, right? Make sure the terms of the loan are exactly the same as shown in the financing contingency. Right? We have a situation now where they completely changed everything, the term, the rates, and the loan amount. Doesn't reflect anything that's on the financing contingency. And the lender's argument is like, oh, we already spoke to the the listing agent, and they know. And that's how the contract says. So
Yeah.
we can, on that technicality,
You can keep it. Yeah, you can keep it. I like it, so I'm always sorry.
So
Interesting.
on that point, if you represent a seller, if the buyer terminates in their financing contingency, do you go ahead and sign off on the termination, giving the earnest money back to the buyer?
On that point, when everything's changed,
Well, I'm saying you receive the termination, do you let your seller sign it right then?
not until you read the denial letter and check it.
Right. Exactly, and that's a mistake that I see agents making a lot, is they terminate within the contingency. So they just sign off, send it back, and they don't even get the loan denial letter. How do they even know they were denied? Could have been making it up, because remember, your buyer does not have the right to just terminate in the financing contingency, because their lender's just like not ready yet, or they're not sure. You have to actually get denied to have the right to terminate. So as a listing agent, be careful and make sure you get the letter, make sure the letter matches the contract. Now, if your seller is like, I don't care, give it back to them anyway, fine, whatever, but it's not your job to make decisions for your clients, it's your job to educate your clients so they make an informed decision. So just kind of be mindful of that and talk them through what their options are. And like I said, if they say, I don't really care, they can have the earnest money back, they got denied, doesn't matter to me what it was for or why, it's not a big deal.
I mean, there are some extremes. In some cases, they have a backup contract or somebody wanted to offer more money and they're hacking to release that other earnest money and the buyer so they can go with the bigger fish, right? On the flip side, the one that we were talking about, where we're splitting the earnest money, the property, so the contract got terminated, they got another offer and they closed on the property and they still want the earnest money. That's selfish karma. Well, they were. This is not my words. Ruth was saying, they sound like they're being vindictive, right? It's not, it's the issue and it's the right thing, we're gonna keep the earnest money and the story, right? Well, we argued, we fought it, and we ended up splitting the money, even though I could have argued with the other side, and, I can see why they should have got the earnest money, but, we're not representing the seller, we're representing the buyer.
So when Ruth, I had a question with that, so when Ruth issued the 10-day letter, she said it should come back to the buyer. Because she said, she actually felt like maybe the seller didn't actually a 10-day letter.
She did, she eventually issued a 10-day letter, and the seller said, no, we want it, we want to get the earnest money, and she looked at it and said, and we had that, and I remember we had a back and forth about it, because I said, well, what happens if you make the decision that the money needs to be split? Well, they can sue us, and I said, well, will they sue us? That's one question. Well, I don't think they'll sue the holder, they'll sue the other party, right?
Yeah, there is a hold harmless, so part D says all parties agree to indemnify and hold harmless from against all claims, injuries, suits, and damages arising out of the performance by holder of its duties, including claims caused in whole or in part by negligence of the holder. They also agree not to sue holder for any decision of holder to disperse earnest money in accordance with this agreement. So like they can't sue, but also if you were to say it's not in accordance with the agreement,
Correct, and that was the gray area, because contractually, Ruth was right, contractually, the seller, or technically speaking, the seller was getting the earnest money, no questions about it. But then it goes back to, did the seller know that the property was in a flood zone, did they knowingly not disclose that?
But it's not a latent defect though, right?
It is not.
Because you can find out, anybody can find out if something's in a flood zone.
Exactly. So that was the issue. And then the fact that they quickly, not only did they quickly go under contract, but they actually quickly closed the property, right? So I don't think anybody, let's say we put an offer, a property in the market, we get multiple offers, so if we make an offer, and I go, oh, he has the highest earnest money, let's get that one, hopefully they'll boost it. So that's nobody's intent, right? We want to get the property sold as quickly as possible, and we want to use earnest money involved, let it be limited damages if the buyer doesn't perform as adhered to the contract, right? But it was one of those things. Now, in a different scenario, I probably would have said, it's obligated, it is what it is, right? But in this case, just not staying strong, but actually just making sure, give me a valid reason why. And they keep saying, because it's not we were not supposed to disclose that information, but we didn't know. So I'm like, which one is it, right? Did you not know, or did you knowingly withheld the information? That was my.
So when she issued the 10-day letter, did she sign at that point
saying she was gonna give it to the buyer and then the seller came back and said, no, 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 or
When you issue a 10-day letter is to say, listen, tell me why.
No, the 10-day.
But it's an interpretation, yeah, it's your interpretation of the contract or of the,
Exactly, right, exactly. So
I'm just curious what her interpretation was.
initially was that the buyer should get the earnest,
Okay.
the earnest money back. That was-
Even though kind of in her heart, kind of felt like maybe she could see why the seller.
Well, by default, we want to protect who we're representing,
Yes.
right? That's the reason we want to hold the earnest money as much as
Mhm.
possible, right? But yeah, initially that was it. And
She
then, of
told
course,
the company line, even though she knew it, when she told the company.
Even though in the back, it's like, eh.
Yeah, yeah. This ain't gonna work. You told her to go around work.
but it ended up, we're not happy, they got some earnest money, we got some earnest money back and,
It's definitely a win for the buyer because that is a buyer beware kind of situation, the flood zone, right?
Exactly. But what's the problem there? Why we did not explain that particular scenario to the buyer, right? Because initially, oh, we're in a flood zone, we're home free, we're gonna get the earnest money back. I don't know if that was communicated to the buyer. So if you raise the expectation, then what happens even if we get some of the earnest money back? That's not enough, right? Not happy, but I didn't get what I wanted, which was the whole amount.
The agent did tell them that they'd get their money
Well,
back.
I don't know that part. I don't think she went that far. But anyways, again, it's information that you need to provide prior to having that discussion. Then you can go back and say, we talked about, remember this, right? So,
Nobody knew the bank was going to say, okay, property appraised through purchase price.
the property appraised.
Yeah, the
that's-
property appraised.
Buy some sandbags, move on.
Oh, the type of loan you're getting.
Why don't you, let me run this way.
What's the lender?
Huh?
Buy about 40 sandbags.
Lender was, who was the first contract? I forget.
Oh, it's the chop top, right?
Right, exactly, yeah, probably. So let me, this argument, this is something that I argue with, Rule about. So let's say it was an FHA loan, so same scenario, but let's say repairs. The property appraises, the appraiser said, everything's fine, but we need to get this repairs done, and the seller doesn't want to do it, and the buyer doesn't want to do it. Because I was trying to compare the issue with the flood, the same, because her whole argument was, well, it was the lender's fault because the appraisal was not done within financing contingency. But yet it is an FHA, so I was like, well, it's one of those things where appraisal contingency is all the way in. And the one person that figured out the problem was the appraiser. So I was trying to treat it as a repair. What if the seller doesn't want to do repairs? What if the buyer doesn't want to do repairs? We would be terminating under the appraisal contingency, wouldn't we?
Well, it's not really under the appraisal contingency, there's a separate paragraph that talks about the required repairs and you fill in the blank for how much the seller is willing to pay. If it exceeds that amount, then there's like a full process where you're providing the invoice and they're going back and forth to say who's gonna pay that difference. And if nobody agrees to pay it, I think it automatically terminates, if I'm remembering correctly. But the problem to me with flood zone is that it's making it fix. There's no dollar amount to be able to fix that. And those repairs are the appraiser saying, okay, I'll give it this value if you get these things done. So it's like a conditional appraisal. So if it was worded like a conditional appraisal, that might be closer. But if it just is like noted on the appraisal, I don't know, that conditional aspect is missing too. So kind of two things that I think differentiate it is the conditional aspect and then the.
Yeah,
you can't fix
we
it.
were arguing semantics.
Because appraisal deals more with money, right? Like if it doesn't hit that number.
Correct.
Yeah, yeah, and the actual amendatory clause really just focuses on value. Not necessarily the other stuff, the repairs, the practices.
Not to mention the flood zone. I mean, but
Next week, we're gonna talk about inspection and let's pick up right.
could I have gone back to the appraiser and said, hey, because this is in a flood zone, is it like $40,000 cheaper?
Well, diminished value, I don't know. That's an interesting argument.
And then it doesn't appraise.
Yeah, no, but in this case, that didn't happen, so that's.
I think there might be like a fraud slash good faith issue with talking an appraiser into lowering.
It's a flood zone.
Well, it used to be that. If you go back a few years back, being in the bus and you think it's eligible for every single. Here, that's not the case of this one. This. happened to be-
one.
Yeah, it happened to be in the worst side of, that it will definitely require, right?
Should have got to sell the picture in 40 sandbags and then be all. Give me 40 sandbags, I'll take it.
Then the lender seller and the lender.
Well, they couldn't see that.
A different type of loan.
Well, no, they were the upgrade, you know, but, you know, bottom line is whatever the contract said. Right, and that's the way, the main issue is not so much, telling somebody what the contract said, but warn them about what the contract says before if they engage and they get under contract, right? That's the issue. We're talking after the fact. In a lot of cases.
The lender require. 17 has to do with the lender, not a full loan of the.
They could deny the loan to finance based on that, right?
But the financing is over.
Exactly, but then that FHA, you know, the appraisal part, was so it's, you know, yeah, there was a lot of finger pointing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's one to the buyer will buy something that's in a flood zone.
Exactly.
We just bought a house. That's actually why we got the house, because the first offer fell through because we're like, oh.
Yeah, well, flood insurance is expensive, that's kind of prohibitive for some people, but also this is like a big time investor and they just like have their standards.
Yeah.
Does that, a little bit different than like individuals.
Yeah, I mean, you want water for property, there you go. Sometimes more water than others.
Underwater.
Yeah. Sometimes. No,
Sometimes waterfront, water back, water on top.
Don't use the basement.
Inside pool.
Yeah, exactly. Indoor pool, outdoor pool.
I mean, you talk about a good deal. Right? More than anything.
So we'll pick up next week and. Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
That sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Just so you don't have to keep it up.
Highly recommend.
Thank you for lunch.
You're
Yeah.
welcome. I enjoyed it. Y'all have a good afternoon.
Let me know when you have time so we can sit down and do your roles. You're on the same page, but you're going to contact all the other stuff that will work.
We have one more. Okay.
No, we're
Oh,
not.
we're done. Okay.
And maybe answer some questions, I think. Well, we're gonna see it first. Well,
I know. Working on it. And when they get to the day, you can, and they get to the day. Either they want to sale. Listing agreement, we want all that, so you did all this. New agents and how they started to do that, which has been, you haven't been doing it a while. So that one's, they just started yesterday, so it'll probably be easier. Before they get to the song, it should have. Class. And then I've gone back and referred to those. And then Melba received a class of any sort. Sit in, yes, if it's a CD, regardless, whatever. You see Melba Franklin was teaching a contract class, sit up. Every little detail will be explained. So we had really conversation with Ashley, and then has to be every week. She was out on vacation last week, that's why she didn't do it. Every week after we have lunch, we usually got in our little routine, right? We have a meeting, then we have the hour, usually market staff and things that we have about lunch, and then come back for what to do. Yeah, and it's still finished, keep working on it right now. And you go through the details of that, but then after that, she'll pull out. She'll pull out. I mean, and especially actually highlighting. Those good resources, oh no, and you've been there or been in it. Oh no, you're just. You're like, you know? And we said, also be able to remain always available. I mean, that's one thing, I mean, I don't know. But to me, there's something about. Yeah. If you know something that is that, it's on very much, that's good. There's so much in them. You make one little thing, right? And you know, really goes down fast. Yeah, because you ultimately are the one responsible. He wants it, he wants to move forward, you know, everybody's not. He'd like to take a look around. He wants to take a look at it, for sure, make sure it looks good. Because I hope that's too much. Other crazy, everybody can see the progress. But we decided to look, and we have an opportunity. you know, and all that kind of stuff. The Nazi side of our system, there's contacts all in there. You have a meeting with somebody to create that. So you've got an opportunity to be on that's great, because that's what. So once you have some rooms, you know, the DocuSign, you're gonna have everything in there, right? Exhibits, you're gonna have it all in there. Well, then our. Put it all in there. You've got the opportunity, and it's all about, they go in and they start looking at documents, making sure everything's there. Right, making sure our compliance, sometimes I feel picky, like one of my contacts, you know, listing that I have contract will be buyer's agent forgot to for the bound agreement. So in DocuSign, in my room, I need to find something. It's still binding agreements. We were just missing my sale. Okay. Well, if I've been here, I would have been like, hey, can you find that, send it back over to me, I could upload it into DocuSign, and it will be there, but I would like. But they flattened it, and so we either had to get that by user, which we did, she had it, yes. Before, we have to create an amendment, you know, stating, yeah, put down, anyway, little, you know, there was another one, we had to do an amendment on one of my doctors, is the purchase and sale agreement, the buyer, they had forgotten, it seems like a minor thing, but they forgot to mark me as representing my seller at the time. Just that little check marks on the purchase sale, they admit that, right? But they caught it, so we had to do a little amendment, and everybody saying, I would really sell it. I mean, like, we can work that. Yeah, you can usually get it pretty quick. Hey, and you might, you know what, at least try to, maybe you can know, maybe you can actually just to glance at it, you know. She does, and she could be available for you to do it as well. But you not busy, but you can catch whoever you can, right? Catch whoever you can pay them. Within the next, you know, usually, you know, it's gonna be by 5 or something, you know, so. Yeah, I would run it off. I would run it by to make sure. And of course, if it's not cash, if it's cash, you need your funds. If it's lender, you know, have your lender, make sure you got all the information you need for the loan exhibits. Because you certainly don't want to be the one paying those days. For the contingencies, right? You want them to tell you. Like, let's say you got some, you've got someone pre-approved. That's a big pre-approved, so they're gonna write. So you'll have to kind of less of that, because very much they won't. Right, they're already have to go through the letter. Matt and Karen and those guys, so and they are very. Sunday, they're gonna get you that letter. Very important, right? So you've got it, and they can charge it. You don't want $1 million for your approval letter, right? Right? So the all of that stuff makes it I'm gonna do good. Like, I don't think it's about, yeah,
I'll also tell you, okay, for this one, you know, they're almost, because it's somebody they're working with, like, oh, they're only fully already. You can do a 5-day, finance, you can just do what it, that, you know, you got, you know, you with us, we might not even, I mean. So we want to be competitive, you know, you guys, 5 days due diligence, we can probably be here, but I mean, you can hear about. Right, they're really good about that, let's talk to them about, because they can help you. They're not done. They can be really.
So.
You don't have one many days. So they help you. They are. That's somebody. They say no problem. They're here helping you sell. Helping you sell. You do not need to. Leverage. Use them. Yeah, we have so much support. You do, because they are. Because as a buyer, or as a living. You gotta get off first, and you got a lender that's low, you're gonna close, you know, you may not be the highest offer, but you know, as a listing agent, that that this offer is gonna get you in 3 weeks, and not have an issue in there, you know, they've got no finance contingency, no appraisal contingency, and, you know, that would be the one you want your buyer to, your seller to take a rate. Yeah, you got some great people in your corner. You get to know them all, talk to them, figure out how they. Well, yeah, right. That's another. Did you probably felt like you were on your own? Yeah. Sandy. Yeah. I know. But I will say, you're probably not. He was just a natural person. Yes, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah. That's what it's all about. But you got a solid company behind you, right? So that is also a solid. You got a solid company that you're gonna do these things right. You're not gonna give your buyers or sellers any headaches because you're gonna have, you know, you've got the resources. Not only do you have the resources, right? They've got that. It's like that's big. And they're not like around. It's scary. And then my only say is another strategic attorney partners there right there. Even with my last preferred offer sheet, because they were all competitive. So one of the things I preferred buyers that were submitting offers was preferred closing and all three of them. It was so nice. Yeah, so nice. Yeah. And one of them even left the earnest money here in the office. Because they're, I guess, her brother doesn't hold earnest money. So I just took it over there and yeah, it was nice. It was really nice. Yeah.
Oh, I just realized what time it is. I'm meeting more, so. Oh, okay. Oh, no, you're good. I just realized like, oh, it's probably not. Alright, I will text you my, my hunt card. Where am My help actually, I see right, CR. Well, I actually I even put the wrong, I put a D in it. Okay, so I should have, you should have, okay. And that's my number, you can say my contact. Very little, my husband's Hispanic. Okay. I should have. I've studied French. When I was in school, my mom was like, needed to learn Spanish, but I got to Spanish. She didn't do it, and then I met my husband. Who told you you should have studied Spanish? So you're actually, yeah, that was when you really needed it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my husband from Venezuela. He's been in the US since he was 13. He actually had to go back to French high school in Venezuela, but he went to college in the US. We've been together for 30 years. See you next week. Yes. Yeah. Bye. 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 Yes. So, yes. Okay, yes. Okay, what should we get? Yes. Yeah. And this is, I don't think, yeah, we can do more, we want to do. I mean, it's an always thing, and I'm it's not the one thing. Like, not just like opinion wise, it's taking away the performance.
Yeah,
That all the.
you have to go one by one.
I advertising that people saying, you're already done out the work. By trying to we got 3 yards out of the property.
School.
How old is your little one? How old is she? That's amazing.
Yeah, the name of the subdivision. Look out when it's sold, so if you go back. I'm not saying copy everything, but it probably was reasonable enough, so. What's the, there any at the end? No. Who's there to take care of the book? No. Yeah. No, we found it on our last, right? No. No, I know, but I know I looked it up from, so we. Do you have a responsibility to the department, or would you be able to maybe having a relationship and giving me the opportunity or business or something? Totally fine. You're doing great. All love the structure. When you identify the property which you're calling about, just don't worry about the numbers or the communication. Get ready with the communication. I was calling about a property, and then I would actually keep the rating or pay a bid to get that out to manager. So here's one on the property on this rate, so it was great. But it's burden, it is to be, but it's true that they're not.
You're not gonna get through.
It's they're asking, you look at the rest of the neighborhood. Yeah, the more information you provide, the better for you. This, some people will look at this.
Okay. Not for the high school,
Yeah, sorry. Correct, but you want to fill it out as much as possible. If you have the information, go ahead and fill it out.
I will find it.
You'll find it.
This is one that finds energy.
Whatever.
The energy pool was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there, but that's pretty much where you got.
Yeah, you didn't go to high school, you didn't go to high school. But I didn't drop it yet, or no. Just don't have any, if it's under my stuff, and I'll just find out what's so. Oh, how was it? I mean, the seller should be able to tell, right? Because they know if the bus has to buy it, the seller. Oh, the price. We'll keep that. Okay. You can check, and you can go into your school, into your school, website, and the back one. Find out what's going on, right?
So like this, make sure that that was not paused, and have a conversation.